The following program is copyrighted material of the Florida Bar. Duplication, transcription, or retransmission of this program in whole or in part in any form is strictly prohibited without written permission from the Florida Bar.
My name is Bruce Lamb, and I'm the current chair of the Council of Sections for at least a few more hours. And we welcome you to the Section Leadership Conference, including a couple of other additional guests I see flying around. So this morning and this afternoon, we're going to do the Leadership Training Academy. This is designed to allow incoming leadership for the sections to learn how to interact with the Florida Bar staff and the Bar leadership in order to make the sections most effective that they can be. And so we appreciate you all attending. We a little bit slow starting, waited a while, but I know their traffic is really bad, but we have a long agenda, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So I'd like to welcome the Honorable Alan Forst. He's our incoming chair to the Council of Sections. Some of the other leadership is unable to attend right now. So Iris Elijah is our treasurer. She is out in a conference out in Washington State, I believe. And we'll wait for Maria to arrive, our secretary. So we're going to start this morning and see if we can get some introductory comments from our president, Rolando Sanchez. If you'd like to come up and say hello, we'd appreciate that. And then we'll get into the meat of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you very much. Before we get started, there's a table over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. Our Florida Bar staff. Can we give them a big round of applause for everything that they do? So, I mean, I have like 48 hours left, but who's counting? And the one thing that the thing that I'm going to miss the most is the relationships and the people that I've had the opportunity to become friends with, to work with, to provide the service that we all enjoy doing. And so I'm going to miss them so much. I'm going to miss the opportunity. I got Artie, I got Ashleigh Edwards, who is the president of the Wildy. We serve concurrently, and just such a pleasure to deal with, and just a wonderful person, so professional, so sharp. I've told her on various occasions I think that she should become run for senator of the great state of Florida, and she will one day. But listen, thank you very much. We had an interesting year this year, going through issues that we face because of, frankly, precedent. And so I thought we each side handled it well in terms of transparency and try to explain everything that the reasons why things evolved, not the way they did. But more than anything, I'm just grateful for the time that you put in. You all know we could be anywhere else. We could be billing more, we could be spending time with our families, we could be sleeping, we could be, insert anything else you're doing, but you're here, you're working for the bar, you're giving service to the bar, and I think it's amazing because you're adding and improving our profession. So thank you for everything this past year. You did a great job, Mr. Lamb, and the judge is going to be fantastic. And in the meantime, if you need anything for the next 48 hours, you give me a call. But after that, I'm out. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. I haven't seen. Is Michael here? My eyesight's fading. So, okay. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump right into the heart of the program now, and we're going to try to cover quite a bit of ground this morning and hopefully keep us on track. And so I'm going to invite Terry Hill up to go ahead and kick off the formal presentation program. Thank you, Terry. Terry, I've known for many decades now and is a fixture in the Florida Bar. For those of you who don't know him, if you ever have any questions, even if they're outside of his nominal role, he will direct you to the proper person. So thank you, Terry.
Thank you all for taking your time today. This is a very busy convention. There's a lot going on from the time you get here to the time we leave on Saturday. But I want to thank you all for your role in your section leadership, whether you're incoming or outgoing or future rising to the leadership of your section, we want to thank you. It's a heavy lift. We all appreciate all that the sections do for the Florida Bar and for the Florida Bar members. For a lot of us, you guys are kind of the lifeblood to our members. Most of our members interact with you more than they might interact with the Florida Bar directly. Through your education programming, your conferences, your networking, your executive council meetings, and all the program, your legislative activity, all the things that you do, we sincerely appreciate that. I want to just briefly speak to Florida Bar staff, our professional level staff. As President Sanchez Medina mentioned, we have several of us here in the room. We work together collectively, so if you ever have an issue, you really can reach out to any one of us, and we can, if we don't know the answer, we can point you in the right direction. But we do encourage you, if you have basic questions or questions regarding section operation, day-to-day activities, your program administrators, kind of the first line of defense, you kind of reach out to them first. If they don't know the answer or need assistance in answering your question, Leroy Smith, the Director of Professional Development, is their department head. His office is on the opposite corner of the same floor of mine. We talk daily. So just reach out. And Marcy and I, Elizabeth and I, all of us, we really communicate well together. So just reach out if you have questions. We're here to help. We know that you all are all volunteers. We are paid professional staff. We know that you guys have practices to run in your busy activities. We don't expect you guys to know and do all of those types of things. Work through your program administrator. Reach out to us. We will certainly we want to help you be successful in your year as a section chair or chair-elect. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. We're going to move on to a presentation in regard to professionalism. And so I'm going to invite Katie Jones up, if she's present, to come and speak to us about professionalism at the bar. Thank you. Hey, there you are, Katie.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here this morning to just give you a very brief overview about the Center for Professionalism, just to share with you a little bit about what we do at this center and share some of our resources that we have available to you all. So I'll just start with a little history of the center, who we are and what we do. My name is Katie Jones. I am the Assistant Director at the Center for Professionalism. I've been in my role at the center for about 5.5 years now. So largely what we do is we educate and we promote professionalism to our Florida Bar members. And we do that through several ways, some of which I'm going to share with you this morning. We staff 4 committees at the Center for Professionalism. We have the Standing Committee on Professionalism. We have the Student Education and Admission to the Bar Committee. We have the Leadership Academy Committee and the Mentoring New Lawyers Committee. So those committees play an integral role in helping us to promote professionalism. Some of our newest ones are Leadership Academy. We took over that role when Arnell Bryant Willis retired a few years back. So that committee is responsible for the Florida Bar's Leadership Academy program. Then we have the Mentoring New Lawyers Committee, which is responsible for administering the Florida Bar's Council to Council mentoring program. I did want to share with you some of I did have a PowerPoint. I don't see it up here. Sorry. Thank you, Marcy. Just to give you a little visual. All right, so our mission is to promote the fundamental ideals and values of the justice system within the legal system and to instill those ideals of character, competence, commitment, and civility in all those persons serving therein. So again, a big part of that means that we educate, we instill, and then we promote. And we promote a lot through communications. Again, these are our 4 committees that we have at the Center for Professionalism. These committees play a huge role in helping us to develop our professionalism resources that are available to you all. We give out 3 professionalism awards each year. Those will be giving out tomorrow during the judicial luncheon. So we have 3 awards. We have the Hoovler Judicial Professionalism Award. We have the Group Professionalism Award, and then we have the Law Faculty Administrator Award. Oh, it looks a little weird, but this is our professionalism handbook. It's supposed to be a picture of that, but This is a very comprehensive guide that's available to you in digital download. We can also print and mail copies of it as well. This has all of our professionalism resources in it available to you. So it has those 4 sources that make up the standards of professionalism in Florida. Those are our professionalism expectations, the oath of admission to the Florida Bar, the creed of professionalism, and then the rules regulating the Florida Bar. So we publish this every 2 years to keep it as up to date as we possibly can. So if you ever want to have access to this, again, it's on our webpage digitally, but we can also provide you with a hard handbook as well. These are just a few of our free CLEs that we offer. We have 2 podcasts. This one didn't show up, but we have On Civility, which is hosted by one of our Standing Committee on Professionalism members. And then we have Never Contemplated as another podcast that we offer, hosted by another Standing Committee on Professionalism member. Those are both great resources that you can listen to in your car, as you're traveling, at the gym, on the go. Each one includes at least a half hour of professionalism CLE credit, from a half hour to an hour, depending on the length of the podcast. A couple of others that we have is we did one here on artificial intelligence. That's probably been one of our most popular CLEs to date. It's really great. It featured Arthi here. She was part of the panel there, so I encourage you to check that one out. It was wonderful. We have another CLE, Know Your Worth, that was done by a group with our Standing Committee on Professionalism. Another big professionalism resource that we offer is the new mandatory 2-hour professionalism CLE requirement that was just put into place, I believe, in January 2024. So you can find that on our webpage, as well as that's available on InReach. I don't know what that one was supposed to be. So, like I said earlier, we now help administer the Florida Bar's Leadership Academy. This is another great podcast that we have. This was put on as the class project for Class 12, this outgoing class of Leadership Academy. So I encourage you to check this out and listen to it. Again, each includes free CLE credit. They will be presenting this project during their graduation on Friday here at annual convention. This was supposed to be, I'm not sure why my formatting got all wonky, but the Florida Bar's Mentoring New Lawyers Committee is responsible for the Counsel to Counsel mentoring program. So that program is based on a technology platform where you sign up and our mentors and mentees are matched together based on an algorithm. A big part of that is the visual personalities survey that you take upon registration. And then we also consider your practice area and your circuit. That program runs from October and it concludes at annual convention with a small reception that we will have here Thursday. If you want more information on the Counsel to Counsel mentoring program, I do have a booth right out in Section M, so stop by, see me for more information on that. And then finally, our staff, I had a QR code that took you to our resources page, but it's not showing up. That is just floridabar.com/PROF. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, or please reach out to any of us. There's 3 of us at the center. There's our director, Rebecca Bandy, myself, and then Eve Alvarez is our program coordinator. But we are here to serve you and provide you with professionalism resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate that information. Elizabeth Tarbert is now going to speak to us about section bylaws overview. She is the Director of Lawyer Regulation and Rules for the Florida Bar. And she's going to talk to us about our bylaws and how to amend them and what the interaction is between excuse me, the sections and the big bar in regard to bylaw and regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, it's just going to take me a second to get out of Katie's and into my PowerPoint. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning, and I am sure you are all just fascinated by the scintillating topic, but it is important because some of you have already been through the process recently and completed the process of amending your bylaws. Some of you are currently in the process of amending your bylaws, and some of you are about to get into the process of amending your bylaws. So what governs this process is actually just a standing board policy, 5.52. It used to be that section bylaws had to go through this full process the same full process that we did for amending the rules regulating the Florida Bar and the standing board policies and all of the bar's policies. But we did streamline that process because your leadership heard you. At a council of section meetings, a number of section leaders commented on how lengthy that process was and questioned whether it was necessary, and your leadership on the Board of Governors heard you and agreed with you. So it is now merely 5.52 that governs this policy. So there are 3 reviews that have to happen for your section bylaws to be amended once you have finished your process. You, of course, have to follow your own bylaws. Each of your sets of bylaws has its own process for the section to approve amendments to the bylaws. But once you are completed with that, that doesn't mean you're done, because all of your bylaws have to be approved by the Board of Governors in order to become final. So there is a substantive review, a strategic review, and a fiscal review. That's the process. So the substantive review, anything the Board of Governors does goes through a committee of the board, which makes a recommendation to the full board for any action the full board would take. And in your case, for section bylaws, the Program Evaluation Committee is the committee that does the substantive review of your bylaws. They just look at it from a policy standpoint. Are you doing something that conflicts with the bar's policies? Like, are you conflicting with the standing board policies? Are you conflicting with a budget process? Which I hate to tell you does sometimes happen, is we see something that does appear to conflict with a big bar policy. So then Program Evaluation Committee also does strategic review. They look at your bylaw amendments and see, does it adhere to the bar's strategic plan? I have never seen something fail for not having complied with the strategic plan. So that's not something to worry about. And it is something the Program Evaluation Committee usually does very quickly. Occasionally, depending on how big a change you are making, the Program Evaluation Committee may refer your amendments to a subcommittee of the Program Evaluation Committee for additional review. And that subcommittee would meet with whomever your section's leadership wants to explain why you are making the changes you are making. The fiscal review is just to determine, is there a fiscal impact to the Florida Bar? So usually that review happens by the bar's chief financial officer, Marcy Jackson, who's sitting in the room over there. Wave, Marcy. And a lot of times the fiscal impact to the bar may be de minimis. If that is the case, if it is a de minimis fiscal impact, which is about below $5,000, then Marcy's review is the end of that process. However, if there is more than a de minimis impact, the Budget Committee has to review the amendments to determine what precisely that fiscal impact might be to the Florida Bar. And again, we don't care if there's a fiscal impact to you. We only care if there's a fiscal impact to the big bar. You should care about whether or not there's a fiscal impact to you, but that's not our process. There's actually a specific form that your section administrator will fill out that describes what the possible fiscal impact might be. So for example, if you had something where it was going to require IT time of the Florida Bar, that is almost never a de minimis fiscal impact because we all know how expensive IT time is. So that is something that your section administrator will help you with figuring out. And honestly, what they will do is turn to Leroy and Marcy and Leroy will get together and figure out what the potential fiscal impact is to the Florida Bar. That's fairly unusual. In most cases, amendments have a de minimis fiscal impact. Then the final stage in the process is it goes to the big board for approval. There used to be a first reading and a second reading at separate board meetings. That first reading is no longer required. So there are times where you can actually go through this entire process at a single board meeting. Now, there are specific formatting requirements, and don't take notes because your section administrator will help you with this, and we, the rules staff, will help your section administrator with it. But the Program Evaluation Committee and Board require that you produce a Word document that shows your current bylaws in legislative format showing the changes. That means any deletions are stricken through and any additions are underlined. Some people call it red line. In addition, what they want is a comment bubble that shows for every substantive change a brief justification for why you are making the change in the comment bubble. That means they can look at one single Word document and see, okay, you're making this change. I see what you're adding and deleting. And here, right on the right-hand side in a bubble, you're explaining to me why you want that change. So the section has to have a justification for every substantive change. If you are just making a style change, if it's grammatical, if it's just to change the reorganization, then the board doesn't need an explanation. But for every substantive change, you're adding a new committee, you're deleting a committee because it's not active, the board needs an explanation for that change. So what does that look like? This is an example of what that looks like. This is a Word document where the changes are shown in legislative format with the comment bubbles. So just a couple of helpful tips. Record in your minutes when you are making substantive changes, the numeric vote, what the change is, and why you are making the change. That will help your section administrator get with the rules program staff to explain what the change is and why it is being made. You might want to even have a separate memo that if it is a big change, it's very helpful to have a separate memo that explains that change. And then if you don't record the justification at the time you're making the change, sometimes the leadership of the section changes or who's in charge of that process changes, and the new person does not know necessarily the justification. So it's very helpful to record it at the time the change is being approved by the section. Helpful tip number 2, please let your administrators know when you're thinking about changing their bylaws. They can alert the rules program staff that you're about to do that so we can help you through the process. Our job is to support you through this process and make the process happen in the order and in a timely way, the way it should be done. So they will tell us, if you tell them, they will let us know and we will explain the process to them. If they give us a contact for you, we will be more than happy to explain the process to whoever it is in your section who's responsible for that process. So Kelly is actually at one of your section meetings. She actually is the staff liaison for the Family Law Rules Committee, and the Family Law section was meeting this morning and they were going to look at some of the rules changes. So she is actually over in one of your section meetings. Otherwise, I was going to have her wave to all of you so you could put a name to a face. But the rules program for your purposes is Kelly and me. So do not hesitate to reach out. Our job is to try to make this process easy for you. So we may have suggestions for you when we see what your amendments are. So for example, a few years ago, a lot of the sections were starting to put in their bylaws voting by electronic means. So when we saw a section had bylaws that they were amending and they didn't have that, we would reach out to the section and say, hey, a lot of the other sections are addressing electronic voting. You're amending your bylaws anyway. Do you want to have something like that in your bylaws? Because Robert's rule says you have to if you want to have electronic voting. So if we see something like that, we will make a substantive suggestion. More often, our suggestions to you are style suggestions. It may make your draft easier to read. We might have suggestions for making the language simpler, or breaking things up, or organizing it in such a way that it's easier to read. But do not hesitate to reach out to either one of us because, as I said, we're here to help you and support you through the process. And that is all, unless anybody has any questions. Yes, ma'am. So the thing that happens most often, and it doesn't happen often, is we will see something that conflicts with the standing board policies. The standing board policies are available on the bar's website. So for example, there's a standing board policy that relates to section members who are not lawyers, and it says they can't be officers and they can't vote. Well, we did have a couple of sections who were putting in stuff about their non-lawyer members where they would be officers in vote. So we will, if we see that by the time it gets to us, we will reach out to you and talk to you about it and say, hey, this conflicts with the standing board policy. Are you sure you want to do this? We did actually have a section that did. So it went to the program evaluation committee, and we said the same thing to the program evaluation. Make sure when you're reviewing it, note that it conflicts with the standing board policy. So that one did not pass. But you can certainly review the standing board policies yourself. If you're thinking about something, you can just send it to Kelly and me conceptually, and we'll tell you whether or not we think it conflicts with a bar policy. All right, well, thank you all, and just let us know when you're ready to amend your bylaws.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We're now going to invite Richard Cordamanchi to come up and talk to us about bar legislative activities. He's Deputy General Counsel for the Florida Bar, and this is a very important topic for you to pay attention to, because a lot of times something crops up in the legislature and a section feels like they have to move quickly. Okay, so it's really good to have this down pat before that event occurs so that you're familiar with it and you know how to react. Okay, so thank you.
Well, we're waiting on that. Again, I'm Rick Cordamanchi, Deputy General Counsel for the Florida Bar. The General Counsel's office is, Gypsy Bailey is the General Counsel, and I, of course, am the Deputy, and Joni Hooks is our Administrative Assistant. And the three of us are primarily responsible as the opening point for any sort of legislative or other advocacy that a section or division may be taking. Still doesn't want to load. We'll give it a second. Oh, we'll get some IT help coming. Just as an aside, Gypsy actually put this presentation together, gave me 15 minutes and 26 slides. Oh, there we go.
We've got time. We've got time, Richard.
Let's see. There we go. Okay. A couple of points that I was asked to make is recognizing that there are a couple of different types of advocacy that sections and divisions will want to take on. And the first one that I want to talk about basically is legal advocacy or non-legislative advocacy, and that comes in the form of amicus briefs that sections may be asked to file or decide to file on their own behalf, as well as comments in rules cases. You will find the process and the procedure for those in the 800 series of the standing board policies, so you may want to be familiar with that. Some of the things that are included in the 800 series is adopting a position and filing an amicus brief. Again, that could be at the request of the court, or it could be on your own accord, or responding to petitions to amend rules, whether it's rules regulating the Florida Bar, whether it's rules of court, or the Florida Code and rules of evidence only. So it's only the rules of court. And this is kind of an expedited process for the 800 series. It's not as regulated as the 900 series when it comes to legislative activity. So this one is pretty quick. But it still does require that you provide notice to the executive director, which is Josh Doyle. And again, it's through the Office of General Counsel. We will then forward it to Josh. And again, you've got to provide a copy of the draft with the notice. And in emergency situations, Josh can ask the president to waive the 10-day notice, especially, or the draft requirement in unusual circumstances. Many of you will find this on the Florida Bar website. If you go to the sections area and you go down, if you look further down, there's a process for amicus curiae briefs and filing rule things or rule comments here on the Council of Sections. Is about 2/3 of the way down. You will also find on that website that the process, and then if you click on that, it allows you to follow that process along. You see some of the requirements for it, and you'll also see at the bottom there is you can download a list of the prior amicus briefs and rule comments that were filed. By clicking on that, it provides you the issues that have been briefed over the years, and it's for your benefit to be able to see what has been done previously. The process usually, again, is that you've got the voluntary Florida bar groups must send a notice to the executive director, provide that to the president for review, and again, the president at that time will either take no action or prohibit it. It's a pretty quick, expedited process for you for these type of legal things. The voluntary bar group may ask the president to waive the 10-day requirements, and again, it should be done online. If you go to the council sections, you'll see that all of this is done online. There's no requirement for you to file anything written. You just attach your draft comments or your draft brief and file it that way. The second one, again, is more probably extensive, and that is when you're taking political positions. And these, again, are required or listed in the 900 series of the standing board policies. Some of the examples of that are going to be, filing a comment in an administrative law case, taking a position by an elected or appointed government official, appearing before a government entity. If any of you are taking a position on a bill and appearing before a committee, again, you'll have to get permission from the bar before you do that. That's usually where you run into the last minute things, is if you find out that a bill is up for committee and usually you're going to take a position on that. You have to kind of, be aware of it beforehand and give yourself some time to get approval from, in this case, whether it's executive committee or the president to take some sort of action. Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, does that include when we're invited by a legislative committee to appear for comment?
Yes, that does. Even if you are invited, because the idea is not the process, it's the actual taking the position. And this is done to make sure that, and this goes back to the hated word Janus and the issue of taking political positions that might be contrary to the big bar, and also within our purview, because as you'll see in a little bit, that again, ensuring that we are sticking with the regulation of the practice of law and things along those lines, you still need to, and that may be a case if you're invited that we can get expedited, because again, the process, and we'll talk about this in a second, is either you go through the legislative committee and get approval, but there is a process if you need some sort of expedited approval for it to go to the executive committee before it goes to the full board.
And one other question.
Yeah.
In your last bullet point about any type of public commentary, are the notes, are the minutes of committees of sections considered public commentary?
They're considered public record, so whether they're considered public commentary or not, I don't know the answer to that.
And the reason why I ask that is if a particular section committee wants to pass a resolution or at least as a committee make some statement that would fall under 9.11, do those comments need to be approved by the bar before being published in that committee minutes?
I would say yes, only because again, as you'll see that there is a resolution in and of itself is taking a political position, and so then I would say that it would need to be approved before it's made public.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, some of the other examples, again, endorsing candidates, bill drafting, letters to the courts or public officials, all again fall under that category of legislative advocacy and need to be approved beforehand. What is political activity? I mean, you've got, the process is the same as you saw on the previous slide for amicus, but it does apply. These requests go to the legislation committee, which is manned by the general counsel's office as the liaison for review and action. And again, they can be done online. We've tried to streamline the process so that it's available online through the section and division page to make it available to you. Again, some of the other examples would be ACA rule changes. Again, a resolution. We've seen where different committees have wanted to take positions on certain activities or actions, either by the governor or by the legislature, and again, that is taking a political position. So therefore, that does have to go through the process before you can publicize that. You see here the comments on IRS forms and Federal Trade Commission rulemaking are federal. Again, still considered legislative activity and still has to go through the process. You'll see that, again, when you go to the legislative activity part of the Council of Sections page, that you will find a list of the 900 series filings, again, for your benefit and for history to see what has been filed previously. Again, it's not just your political positions that are listed on the master list of bar positions or section positions, but anything that has been filed under the 900 series, you can go and see a history of that. And for legislative requests, what allows the bar to engage in legislative activity, again, is defined by courts. Many of you are familiar with the Keller decision from 1990, which talked about unified bar and was kind of, again, still up in the air because of the Janus issue. And although most of the courts that have ruled on the Keller issue have said Keller is still good law, even though Janus overturned the Abood decision, which was what Keller was based on. So we still follow that, and again, it still talks about unified or integrated bars, justified in having the regulation of legal profession, and that they may therefore fund activities germane to that in order to further its purpose, but again, limiting it in how we handle that. So rules regulating the bar 2-3.2 talks about the board to establish and supervise the program to ensure that we're following that law and contemplated changes in the law. Again, what covers government legislative requests under Standard Board Policy 9.50. Again, our big thing is we're going to make sure that that any sort of legislative position that y'all want to take meets these three categories, that it's within the section's jurisdiction described by its bylaws, that it's beyond the scope of the bar's activity or consistent with a bar position. Many of you know, for example, the big bar, as we call it, only has 3 positions, legislative positions, and most of them have to do with the funding and independence of the judiciary. It's interesting. Again, you'll see the big bar's got 3 positions, but you look at the sections, and you add all the sections together, and there's probably 200 plus political positions or legislative positions that have been taken. And again, the third aspect of this is, does it have a potential for deep philosophical or emotional division among a substantial member of the bar's membership? Again, those will be the considerations that are taken, and whether they are not, and they don't, the legislative committee and the Board of Governors doesn't approve them, they just allow you to take those positions versus prohibit them. Before you submit a request, a couple of steps that you may want to be take advantage of. Read the 900 series and Rule 2-7.5, making sure that the position is within your purview and it doesn't conflict with the bar one. Step 2, review the online request form and provide details of the proposal to aid the legislative committee and the board in its review. And then another important one is ensure that you are contacting other bar groups that might also have an interest by using the online form. You'll see in here that one of the biggest things that the legislative committee will do is make sure that you have circulated it to other bar groups and that there's no conflict or no issue with it. So again, some more that you should consider. Again, you'll see the second one, the big one is setting a notice of position request form to those groups may be interested, because that's, again, that will be one of the things that the legislative committee will look at, and it may end up tabling it if they find that you haven't circulated that political position or that legislative position to the other groups. Again, what are the requirements for the other groups circulated? And then your online form will also indicate which groups you did contact or sections you did contact, to ensure that it was spread around to any other section or group that may have an interest in that position. You know, how do you submit it? Again, it's on the form you see here, Florida Bar Legislative Activity. You see the different buttons that are capable. The one on the top right talks about how to submit a request, and you'll see the online form here that you can fill out. And again, that goes straight to the General Counsel's office. We will then review it, determine if it's sufficient, and then make arrangements for it to move on through the process, usually by sending it to the head of the legislation committee to determine whether they want to review it or want to send it to the executive committee for review if it's expedited. So you'll see here there is a master list of legislative positions that's also on the Florida Bar website under legislative activity. Again, you can go in here and see the master list not only for the big bar but also for the sections and divisions. The last thing I want to talk about is that the sections have the ability under the rules regulating the bar to hire their own lobbyists. And this merely deals with the requirements that you have to go through in order to contract with the lobbyists that you may choose to have. Several of the sections already have lobbyists. But there is a process that you have to follow to ensure that you are consistent with bar rules. Under Standard Board Policy 9.51, that you have to submit a request to the Office of General Counsel, and we have one form or contract that we use as to have the lobbyist sign, and that the Legislative Committee and Executive Director will review these agreements and make a recommendation to the Board of Governors to approve it or not. Some of the things that are part of that is that the requirements, the template agreement contains all of the required elements of Standing Board Policy 9.51, because one of the things that the voluntary bar group does have to show is showing the need to retaining the advisor, which is listed in the Standing Board Policy, and it may be that they are advocating for positions or budgetary issues that may be relevant to the section or division. I think that's it. So if you have any questions, I'm here. I will be here till Saturday, or you can ask him now, but I think that's about it. Thank you, Richard. Question? Get this closed. Thank you, Richard. I'm happy that he spoke to the contact with the other sections. In my experience, that was for a long time the most difficult part of the process, because you were not getting feedback, and of course the bar was wanting to make sure that it was documented that you had reached out to the other sections. The Council of Sections actually developed this interactive mechanism to try to facilitate that, but I think that it still is a key issue that could slow down your process if there hasn't been a response by the other sections. So personally, if it's logical that another section may have a position and they haven't responded, I think it's good for the leadership of your section to reach out to the leadership of that other section, try to at least get an email saying, yeah, we've discussed it and we don't care, or something, so you can demonstrate that that effort has been made, because that can slow you down. So we're going to invite Beth Ann Trombetta up now. She is the Director of Meetings and Conventions, and she's going to talk to us about meetings and conventions.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are enjoying your time here at convention so far. Our small team of 4 in my department is tasked with planning convention throughout the year, and also with working with the hotels to book all of your section and bar hotel contracts. So I just have a couple of points that I wanted to share with you today to kind of help you prepare for your section meetings this year. You are going to work with your program administrator to identify your top 4 hotels for any of your meetings that you're planning. And we work with the hotels directly to come up with the best proposals for you, and we also negotiate those contracts on behalf of the bar with the bar's standard contract terms and conditions. So we work on that. We are the authorized signers for the bar for the hotel contracts. Section leadership is not able to sign contracts on behalf of the bar and obligate the bar for any of those hotel contracts. A couple of tips as you are looking at hotels. Please be flexible. That is when you're going to get your best deals. Gone are the days that we have a $100 room rate in Miami or on the beach in South Florida before Easter. Those days are long gone. So just be cognizant of that when you're thinking about where you want to meet. Maybe you don't meet in Miami like I said, in the high season. Maybe you do it at another time of the year and you can get your best deal then. But again, be flexible with those dates. I really think that is the key. The other thing is please don't advertise any dates or locations until you have a final contract. We have run into some issues with that in the past where there has been some confusion about that. We do ask for you to provide your top 4. Once we provide you with proposals from those hotels, we kind of go back and forth to see, they might not have your particular dates, but they might have another date available, so we do ask you to consider those. But once we have gotten those proposals, we do ask that you select from one of those because you had decided that it was one of your top 4 choices. It is very difficult for us to continue to go back to different hotels or to check different dates just because you want to see what may be available another time. Like I said, we're a small department of 4 and we service all of the bar sections and groups. So please be ready to move on a contract when we get a proposal that is favorable, you request a contract. Please be ready to sign that or give us the authorization to sign that contract. These proposals and contracts are not open-ended. We have frequently in the past not had a group make a decision for 2 months and then say, we're ready to go, and then that is no longer available. So that entire process has to start all over again. So just be sure that you are ready to sign when you send us the information. Work with your program administrator, and they work directly with our department. And we are here to help you. So please let me know if you have any questions. Either today, I'm on the floor all week. I'm always available anytime if you have any questions. And you can always reach out to your program administrator as well. Sure.
Thank you. I understand that you guys at the Florida Bar are the ones signing the contracts, but is there any prohibition for us at the section level to get proposals from the venues?
We ask that you actually don't do that simply because we are the ones that are tasked for negotiating the contract. And if you ask for those proposals, you might be asking for something that might not actually be correct for what the section typically would do. Like you might ask for, oh, we need a dinner for 100 people, but you really typically only do a dinner for 25. So we ask that you kind of coordinate that through your program administrator. Also, so that we know what you are asking for. If you have started talking with the hotel, then we are not party to those requests that you may have, and we might get a contract and want to sign, think that we have a contract that's pretty good or ready to go for you to sign, and then it gets to you and you're like, well, this is not what we talked about at all. So we do ask that all of that goes through us, even initially, so that we can reach out to the hotels directly.
Right. The reason I'm asking is, at least in the international law section, we've been putting on the same exact conference for over 20 years now. And we have a long-standing relationship with one specific venue in Miami. And the problem we're having is that us at the board level have 5 years plus of a continuous relationship with this venue.
Right.
But the Florida Bar doesn't necessarily have that relationship. And so when it comes to negotiate the contract every year, it's like we're starting from scratch. And we don't get the beneficial terms that we would get if we at the board level would be involved in the conversations from the beginning.
So the contract is with the bar. The bar has a relationship with that hotel and with the property and with that particular hotel chain. And so we also ask for that because of our buying power, that we can show the hotels that we're doing year over year. And we can talk a little bit, I'm happy to talk more offline about that with you. I know that there are some times where there may not be, for instance, in your instance, you might have had this 20-year contract, but there has to be some recognition that we can't have the same terms that we've always had because we're not in the same market. But they do still give us favorable terms. So that is kind of where we come into play too, that we have a primary contact, not even just at the hotel, who is working for us. So the sections may not have that particular, have access to that particular person either. So we do ask that everything does run through the bar and through the bar's process and policies that we have in place.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? All right, I'm available all week. You'll see me running around. I hope everybody has a great convention and enjoy your time here.
Okay, we're going to get started now, folks. I'd like to invite Marcy Jackson to come up. Marcy is the CFO of the Florida Bar, and she is going to talk to us about a very, very important topic, especially this year and the coming year, and that is section finances and budgeting. Thank you, Marcy.
Hi there. I want to start off my presentation with while I introduce myself as Marcy, sometimes if you get an email, it may come from Cynthia. Please don't panic. Me, Cynthia, and Marcy are the same person. Just like when I say I am the CFO at the Florida Bar, I'm also the CFO of the ADR section and the admin section and the reptile section. So we is us when it comes to titles and companies that we represent. So again, I am your CFO just like I am the bar's CFO. Okay, I wanted to go over, every time I do this, the questions start coming before we've had a chance to get through the material. So what I want to show you is all the things I plan to cover so that if I don't hit something already that you've got something on your mind and want to ask, you'll know that I don't have it embedded in here and you can ask me at the end, okay? Because I've got quite a bit to cover. I think I'm the longest speaker today, and I'm sorry because I'm right before lunch. But this is money, and so we need to take a few minutes to make sure everybody understands how this works. Okay, I'm going to cover, and I'm going to have to do a lot of up and down here because if I can see you, I can't see this, and if I can see this, I can't see you. We're going to talk about where you go to find current financial information. We're going to talk about how your fund balances, your savings accounts are invested. We're going to talk about how we pay for your administrative services. We're going to talk about CLEs and how those revenues are collected and how they're shared. We're going to talk about other fees that you may end up having to pay the bar. We are going to talk about budgets and when they're due and timelines. Then we're going to circle back around and talk about some, what I'm going to call unique situations like special projects or reserves contributions. And then we also want to talk about how we amend your budgets throughout the year and things that you need to think about as you're doing that. And then if you have something that I didn't cover, a topic that I didn't drill down far enough on, then hopefully we'll have enough time at the end that you can ask questions. And if not, working through your program administrator to get to me is an easy thing to do. And I am going to ask that when we do that, you please include your program administrators in any of those conversations, because if they can't answer that question, I need to teach them at the same time I'm passing along information to you. Okay. There's some things that you need to, again, know where they are and know how they fall into the mix when it comes to finances. Your current bylaws are one of those things. Elizabeth already talked about how to tweak bylaws. I'm going to tell you that when we start doing budget amendments or when we start preparing other financial information, I look back at your bylaws. One of my realms of responsibility is audit work. And auditors like to make sure that your leadership has signed off on single source purchases or budget amendments or various other things that you might be reimbursing somebody for or purchasing. So again, please make sure you know where your bylaws are and what they currently say. We've talked several times about how to amend them. I've already given Elizabeth a heads up, and Hillary's not in the room, but the reptile section, I think, is going to look at making a change to their bylaws this year, and there are a couple of other sections that probably need to do the same thing, in that you all have a finance committee or some other smaller group that actually puts together your budget. And if you want to do a budget amendment, your finance committee may be where you start, but you then find out you have to email it out to 300 people on your executive council to get approval. It's duplicative. But that's what your bylaws say, so that's what we have to do. So there are a couple of larger sections that I think we're going to try to work on, trying to work smarter, not harder, to be able to make you a little more nimble when it comes to your finances. We do produce monthly statements of operation for each and every section. We have created something new, and I'm going to show it to you in a minute, during this last fiscal year, which will be your primary source for getting, I'm going to call, a rolled up financial report. It does add all of your budget units together. Some of you only have one budget unit. Some of you have 7 or 8. So it wasn't practical to put that many reports out on the website, but we do have a roll up. Again, your program administrator can drill down and get you additional support and additional reports anytime you might want them. Again, knowing who your assigned program administrator is. If they haven't already reached out to you, you can find their name and phone numbers on the section websites. I'm going to show you where to find that in just a second. And then last but not least, I'm going to give you my phone number, and just know that if you have any financial questions, they don't even have to be about your section, just things in general, I'm accessible to you. We created this last year, at your request, a centralized spot on each section's landing page on the website where we could put your financial information. It has a launching tab so that it launches off to your own website if somebody's wanting to get to the actual section's individual website. We put your current bylaws here. We also put your current month, that's what present is, current month financial report, which includes your budget information in it as well. So we're trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, because policy says you're supposed to publish your budget for your section members to be able to see. Many of you put them on your own websites, but for the ones that don't, this gives them another spot to put that. And then, of course, Rick already talked about the approved legislative positions are also on that same spot. The one thing that's not here that I do want to figure out how to do, and we'll cover it a little bit later, is what contracts we've already signed on your behalf with those liquidated damages or cancellation fees, so that you can kind of keep those in the front of your mind as you're asking for more contracts to be signed. Now, I did want to take just a minute, because I do get a lot of questions about, I don't understand what some of these acronyms are that are on these reports. And this is I blacked out, so this is no individual section, so nobody should recognize any of this information. But there are a couple of important things you have to keep in mind when you're looking at these things. And the first one is right up there at the top, where it says for the 10 months or the 2 months or the 12 months or the make sure you're looking at the line so you know what period of time you are talking about. So that as you're looking at year to date, you know that that is only for the 10 months that this report's covering. So some of these things are labeled year to date or fiscal year, which would be the whole fiscal year, or in case of number 4 where it says fiscal year end, that number is actually the June 30th number from the year before. We tried to lay out financial statements so you have something to compare your current year activity to your prior year that means something to you, right? Sometimes you want to see month to month for prior year, which is there as well. And then sometimes you want to look at, well, we get to the end of the year because we're all very seasonal and we all have different seasons. Some of you have your annual convention earlier in the year than others. Some of you do your CLEs at different periods of time. So again, knowing your timelines helps you know which particular column you really want to be focusing on when you're trying to look at comparative information. And then because it was too long to put on just one slide, I kind of took a screenshot of the bottom because the bottom is very important. The bottom of that monthly report shows you what your fund balance is. Your fund balance is basically your carryover from year to year. Think of it as your savings account. Some years you're going to generate more money than you spend, and some years you're going to spend more money than you generate. So your fund balance is what you would draw down from in those years when you need to spend more money than you would generate. Now you have to kind of put that in perspective and not really look at your fund balance from year to year, as on a single year basis. You kind of have to look at it over time and look at the trend that's happening there. Are you more times than not putting money into your fund balance, or are you more times than not drawing money out of it? That could be a negative trend that you need to work on as a group to reverse. You do not want your fund balance to get small enough that you couldn't support yourself for a period of time if something tragic happened and you had to go without revenue for a period. So in this particular case, you can tell what I'm looking at is I'm looking at my beginning fund balance, which is $355,000. I'm going to look at what my budget expenditures are for 24-25, and that I plan to spend $119,000. Is that typical for your section for that year? If it is, how many years of that kind of spend will my fund balance cover if I don't have any revenue, right? You don't want that number to be too big. In this case, it's 2.5 years. That's a lot of money sitting in a savings account. Granted, it's really invested, but we'll just call it a savings account for the moment. That's a lot of money. You might need to think about what can I do with that fund balance to help our members, to benefit our members, to put on or update a website if it needs to be done, or some other non-recurring expenses. And then you might have a year where you're actually budgeting to bring down your fund balance. Now, as I mentioned before, the other thing you have to be mindful of, because you are not a standalone entity, you are part of the bar. You do not have your own federal ID numbers. You don't have your own checking accounts. You're not a separate legal entity. You're part of the bar. Is that all of your future obligations that we've signed on your behalf are sitting on my liability, the general fund's liability balance sheet. You don't have a balance sheet. You're not a separate entity. You don't have a balance sheet. So what we look at as your circulating contracts is, I will go back and look at our contract log and what I'm going to call them cancellation fees. What cancellation fees we've allowed you to agree to for future periods, so that if something were to happen, that would have to come out of your fund balance. So it isn't just your current year expenditures, it's also what contracts have I signed for the future that in the worst case scenario, because we always plan for the worst case scenario, I'd have to draw down all of my fund balance to pay those cancellation fees. That's the missing piece of information you don't have that only right now I can see. I do have a log that the program administrators can see, so we can pull that information and get it to you if you have something big coming up that you wanted to see We can also try to get on a routine schedule of making sure they give you that information. I'm trying to tweak that database so it's a little bit easier to use and make it a little bit more accessible, but I don't know how I'm going to link it into the website. It's not conducive to one day a month kind of thing, but I'm going to figure out something so that y'all have that information. Okay, I've got it. Now, I want to take a second here and pause because I've got a couple of faces that I'm not sure. Is there a question about contracts or a question about fund balances or anything else I need to stop right now and clear up?
Is there a bar policy that requires us to hold a certain amount of reserve? So you talked about sort of, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year runs, but for our budgeting purposes, is there a requirement, and what is the suggestion and best practice on that?
There is not a requirement for a section to have a reserve policy. Do I think you should have one? Yes, I do. But we do not require it. The bar, for its general fund, has a reserve policy. Our policy is that we will not have less than 4 months of operating expenses, and we try not to have more than 8. We're currently sitting at about 9.5 or 10. But again, you're a little bit different than the general fund of the bar because we're mandatory and you're voluntary. I would suggest for voluntary organizations, based on what I've seen in other voluntary organizations, 6 months is probably a good target to stay close to. Many of our sections, like I said, have years worth of funds accumulated. At that point in time, I think you should ask yourself, why am I saving so much money? Is there something my members need us to do that we're not being able to do, and yet I'm sitting on a large fund balance? So again, that fund balance does come into play and something that you as leaders need to be mindful of as you start planning for the future. You may be deliberately saving money to do something in 2 years. At least there's a plan there. It's tied to a strategic initiative. Okay, I wanted to talk a little bit while we're on fund balances about how is your fund balance invested? The Florida Bar has and I know a lot of people don't like this word, but it is what it is, a commingled investment portfolio. So it takes all of the funds that are available to be invested under the name of the Florida Bar and invests it all into one big portfolio. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the portfolio and how it's laid out and where you can look for information about that here in just a second. But I wanted you to see, when I put together this slide, our most current information was April 30th. At April 30th, this is what our portfolio looked like. We have the Florida Bar's general fund is about 56% of the portfolio. All of you sections combined make up about, I think that says 16% of the portfolio. We have some other smaller groups. The Building Corp is in there, the Litigation Fund, the Client Security Fund, our Fixed Asset Fund, and the Certification Fund all have a piece of that pie. But the Bar's general fund is the largest and the sections is the next largest. So y'all have about $12.5 million combined sitting in there. Yeah, y'all. Now, one of the things that would be of interest to you is how do we invest that? Well, our portfolio is really designed to cover all of the asset classes that are recommended. We have fixed income, we have some alternative investments, we do have real estate, we have emerging markets, we have small cap, mid cap, large cap equities, we have some fixed assets of various and sundry durations. So we have all of the asset classes with the exception of commodities. We don't really hold any commodities in our portfolio. And we do use an investment advisor to help us keep this, and we have an investment policy, which I would be more than glad to share with anybody who's really can't sleep at night and wants to know how we dole out and decide what target ranges we're using. We have an investment committee that's a committee of the board. You're all welcome to participate if you ever happen to be attending one of our board meetings and want to sit in the investment committee meeting. We don't do them over Zoom, but it's open. If you want to come and visit one time when we're in your area, please feel free to do so. Again, that committee is driven and operates within an adopted investment policy, which outlines the ranges and the different asset classes that we will invest in. And any changes to that policy have to go through the full board for approval. And like I said, we do have an investment advisor. His name is Chris Bridges. He works for Morgan Stanley. Every investment committee meeting, he starts off with an overview of the market as it's in its whatever state it's in. Sometimes it's a positive state and sometimes it's not. But it's a good place to learn about how the market is responding and changing due to other economic, factors. But he will also take us through what our individual funds are doing, as well as what the rates are that are being charged by the various managers that we use in holding those funds. So it's a very educational and interesting committee to sit through. If you're that interested, we meet every other month. So during down market times, we might even meet more frequently than that. And the chair for the upcoming year is Jeff Reiner. I thought I put that up there, but he's been our chair for a couple of years. We took a break last year and gave somebody else a chance, and somehow Jeff's gotten it back again. So just want to make sure you know that the chair is available. So is the investment advisor. If you have some specific question you're very interested in and I need to get Chris engaged, I'll be glad to do that. I did spend a little bit of time working at the State Board of Administration, which is the investment advisor for the State of Florida Pension Fund, so I've got quite a bit of investment background myself. But if I need to get Chris engaged, I'll be glad to do that for you. I want to make sure you understand the process, because when I said commingled, I meant that, in that we all share together the earnings and the losses. So how we do that is we take our daily cash needs. As I said, you don't have your own checking account. So every day I manage our cash. I look at what money is coming in. Right now it's coming in like a locomotive train because it's fee season. But we will collect money every day. We will write checks every day. And we reconcile all of that at the end of every month. And whatever earnings both the short-term and the long-term portfolio experience, we divide up and prorate out to every member of the portfolio the same way. So we will look at what your percentage of the total investment portfolio is and allocate it out to you based on your pro rata basis. So again, we all earn exactly the same monthly allotment. Any more questions about investments before I move on to talking about section management fees?
I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. So we have our treasurer report, the example that you put up there before. Where would that be listed in terms of the line item or the code that's assigned to the portfolio earnings? Where would that be in the report?
Just a second. Right there. You see there did I go back for it? It says 3899 investment allocation. Right here under operating. Again, investments are not considered operating income. They're non-operating, so that's why it gets presented down at the bottom of this report.
Okay. Can I come up and take a picture of that? I just can't see it.
I think she's going to give you these.
Okay.
Okay. So about 10 years ago, and for anybody who's been on the council longer than that, we went through a massive transition in how the time and overhead expenses are allocated out to the sections. At that point in time, it was a very messy, non-transparent process that was based on expenditures. So again, it was something that couldn't be calculated at the beginning of a fiscal year. It was something that happened to you instead of you being able to plan for it. So we went through a re-engineering process where I sat down with a lot of the program administrators and some of the section leaders at that time and came up with a different process. And what we discovered works best is that if we use a measurable process to figure out how many activities a section plans on doing each year, and then figuring out a per member rate to assign to a section that they will reimburse the bar for time and administrative expenses. Again, the idea was so that every section could plan at the beginning of every fiscal year at least close enough as to what that amount would be. So you weren't spending all of your revenue and then at the end of the year getting hit with a huge end of the year true up of that, oh, wait a minute, I now owe the bar another $50,000. So that's why we flipped to this, what we call the section management fee. And the section management fee covers basic administrative support of a section. Please notice I'm going to spend several times going to say excluding CLEs. What we discovered when we went through this planning process is that CLEs are a whole different beast. They don't fit well into basic section administration. Some sections do a lot more CLEs, and it took them to a different category that didn't seem fair. So we decided the best way to do this was to split up a section's activities into two categories. One is basic section support, and one is CLE events. So we're going to talk about CLEs next. Let's start with the easier one to do, which is the basic section support. So in other words, all the staff time that it takes for a program administrator and their supervisors and administrative support staff to provide direct section support is tracked in a budget unit. We then layer on top of that the overhead for accounting, IT, HR, office expenses, like their literal rent for their office space, the utilities, the phones, the computers that they use, the software we give them to use. Now, some of you have your own software that you also pay for independently, but we provide a base desktop software tool that they use day in and day out for emails and word processing and Excel and that kind of stuff. So there's some base software tools that they get provided as part of their basic support. And we take all of that and we divide it up amongst all of the paying members, and we use a budget plan for each section's activities to figure out, are you, for lack of non-creative terms, are you a low-level section, a mid-level section, or a high-level section? And I'm sure in this room, I hope you all know what you are individually, but you can probably imagine who the high-level sections are. All right, where's my reptile representative back here? They're the biggest one we got. So they're the high. I'm trying to think who falls in the middle. Does anybody know if you fall in the international law section falls in the middle? And then the low end is usually ADR and not appellate, they're up there now, but ADR and health law, I think, and public interest law, and some of the ones who are just not, animal law, I think, is still in the lower level. So again, it didn't seem fair to charge all of you exactly the same rate when some sections do a whole lot more activity than the others do. So that's how we came up with that. And like I said, the goal was to be able to give you a method to use, I'm coming back, ahead of your budget season to know what those expenses would be. So there are currently 3 rates, and this year, these rates went up significantly because of a policy change at the bar's general level, in that because of the Janus litigation that you heard Rick Quartermonch talk about, the board decided it could no longer provide what we had been providing of a certain level of administrative support that we were not recovering. So this year's the fees went up in order to assure that the bar was recovering 100% of the administrative costs for supporting sections.
Question.
Yes.
And I may be jumping the gun, we may be getting there, but of the section management fees, are they assigned a percentage? Not so much this year, but in the past, we have had section administrators who just can't get to us sometimes with the work they have. So is the section management fee, when you look at the points that are assigned, does that equate to a percentage of that administrator's time? And is that time being accounted at 100% or 150%?
That time is calculated at every section's level. However, it does not show up directly in any section budget. So it's accounted for over in section administration. And 100% of the program administrators' times are, well, there's 100% of the administrators are there, not 100% of their time. So again, if I were to drill down and look at any one section, their time would represent the percentage that their program administrator spent working on that section. So your program, for instance, if your program administrator had 3 sections they were assigned to, they're tracking their time at the section level. So the fee itself takes into account 100% of the time, not necessarily 100% of a program administrator at that level. Does that make sense? And yes, I'm gonna show you how we come up with whether you're low, medium, or high here in a minute, and maybe that will help.
So then, to piggyback off of that question, how can sections appreciate and measure that there's parity in what they're paying for? So my section's a medium section. So how do I justify to my members that the $27.50 that they're paying is equal to the level of service that's being provided to other medium level sections?
Okay, I think I'll take that too. When you're preparing your budget every year, the program administrators will collaborate with section leaderships. And the section management fee determination form, that's how we derive at the amount of administrative fees that the sections are paying. So we use the same form, and it depends on the level of activity that is happening within the respective sections. For example, you may have live in conjunction meetings with the Florida Bar, like this annual convention or the winter meeting, things of that nature. You know, that would rate a lower level because we're doing the master contract. We're doing the
AV and the
AV, I'm sorry, yes, AV. We're doing the, so your retreats, the EV meetings, things of that nature, those are easy lift because we're doing most of the events here now. So comes to events like where the bar is not involved with those events, well, that's going to be a higher rating because we have to look at the contracts. We have to look at, is it transportation? Is there any ADA matters that we have to do? So there are a lot of things that we're looking into for that. So that's going to have a higher rating. Social events, yes, from contracts to transportation to things of that nature. So everyone completes the same form. At the end of the day, if you have, we'll say, 120 points, that's going to put you in the median, the mid category, which is roughly $27.50, versus a section like animal law section. They may just have one local event and they may participate here at the annual convention. So obviously their range is going to be very low. So they're going to pay the lowest amount for each.
Right. Let me point you back up here. So what we tried to do, again, because we can't predict time, but we can predict events. So what we ask program administrators to do is to work with their section leaders and determine how many events you plan on having and try to gather enough information about those events that we could use the weighting that we have assigned to figure out whether it's going to take an extra effort on their part or my part or IT's part because we have to put a registration together or something along those lines, more labor-intensive effort for that particular event. So this was really the only way we could do it in advance, right, of expenses, was to not try and measure time and the cost of time, but to try and look at events and come up with a quantitative way that we could weight the events so that we could categorize sections.
And I apologize, and totally understand the thought process behind categorization. I guess my question is as a medium section, where do I go to find out how I can best utilize that $27.50 per member so that I'm providing value and membership to my section members?
Best utilize,
So where do we learn what all the resources are? So for that management fee, you have access to these 8 things or 12 things so that sections can take advantage of the fee that they're paying to get the most value out of that fee.
Again, let's walk through the form, and I think that'll help. I hope that will help. So in other words, just as Leroy is saying, if your events tend to be in coordination with events the bar is already doing, obviously you could do more of those because they weigh less. If you're going out on your own and having us get into different contracts, different relationships, creating different venues, particularly out of country stuff, they get higher weighted. So you need to, as you're planning your activities, if you're trying to make your $27.50 go farther, you need to look at, can I really afford to do 5 activities independent of the bar, or should I do 2 that way and 3 a different way? So again, I think if you're looking at the weighting of these different activities, these are what this form represents, the combination of all the input from the different sections of the kind of things that you routinely do, devoid of CLEs. If there's something that you do that you don't see here and is something you only do every few years, it would not even be here. They would list it down, and again, these forms are so big, I was trying to make them so you could see them. There is a spot that they can tell me there's something coming up this year that's only every 5 years, and we may have to put a special projects fee on that. But again, we'll talk about that when we get to that part. But the goal is, if you'll study this sheet a little bit in your planning process, I think it helps you understand what costs more money when you do it. The more contracts you have outside a bar, when you go and use resources outside of those that are already available from the bar, that actually runs up your bill, so to speak, because all those contracts have to be evaluated and have to be tracked and set up, and vendors put on the files and all that kind of stuff. So you'll see down here, one of the bottom lines says the number of service contracts that your section has. So we tried to cover everything that a section has that we have to manage and administrate for you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Marcy. And I just want to reiterate exactly what Marcy has said. Just really study this section management fee determination form, so you basically can pick out what your rate will be based on the events that you will be having for the upcoming fiscal year.
And this gets redone every year. So if one year you're going to take a year off, build up your fund balance, do a little less, the fee would drop down to the lower category. If you're a medium now and next year you're not doing that much, if you filled this form out properly, your management fee would go down to a different category. We don't put you in a category and leave you there. We ask you to evaluate that every year. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
I think I have a sort of a follow-up. So, for example, you have on this agenda committee meetings. And so for each committee meeting, a percentage of every person's dues is going. And so ultimately, the section administrator is supposed to be helping to plan committee meetings. But if it turns out I'm the one who is emailing everyone and asking for their timeframes and setting up notices and making sure there's an agenda for these meetings, like if it's me that's doing it rather than my section administrator, for whatever reason, they're not available, it's simply something I can do very quickly. How do we know that if I'm paying into this, what is my section administrator supposed to be doing? What am I supposed to be doing to make these events happen?
Well, I would think if it was a completely 100% volunteer-led committee meeting, it wouldn't even show up on this form.
Okay.
However, if you need your program administrator to set up the website that it's being distributed through, or set up a registration for it, or set up the Zoom link, or set up, again, I think sometimes there's some administrative parts that they might still be doing, then it might very well be a 1 in the top as opposed to something completely independent at the bottom. Again, that's why you as leaders need to interact with your program administrator when this form's being filled out.
Okay, so then is there like a delineation between what we're supposed to do as the section leaders and what our administrators are supposed to do?
Terry?
It varies from section to section, and the reason being is one section might have 10 committees, and the administrator can do all the planning, may not, but could do all the planning and coordinating and facilitating all those and participate in every one of those meetings, and they're on the Zoom. Some of the larger sections, or Reptile, for example, where they may have 80 different committees, 40 on the real property side, 40 on the probate trust side. The administrator there may not be ever expected to do any of that because their committee leaders are kind of handling and coordinating, because if the program administrator is scheduling, coordinating, and sitting in on 80 committees, they can't do anything else for the section. So it truly does depend on what each section, every section is different on how they handle that. If the expectation or the need is for the administrator to do it, that's something you can communicate that expectation to the administrator, communicate it to Leroy as their supervisor, and then we'll find a way to make sure that it happens. But some of the sections, they do it their own way, and the committee leaders, they know when they kind of come into that role in some of those larger sections with a lot of committees that's just part of their responsibility, and either they do it or their assistant does it. But with others, they really do depend on bar staff, not only to schedule and coordinate, but also to participate.
The other thing to think about too is when you're doing combined meetings, meaning maybe you're having your executive committee retreat and your committees are coming at the same time and meeting at the same time, we only want to count that once. We don't count that as the executive committee retreat. You don't want to count each and every one of the committees that are meeting at the executive committee retreat. Okay? Oh, goodness.
Go ahead.
Well, she's got the microphone, so.
All right, thank you. Two quick questions. So this form that we will fill out with our program administrator, what is the time frame of that? I assume
we're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay, well, then I'll wait for that.
Okay.
And then are these forms, once filled out, are they going to be available to us like on our section webpage the way other documents and information has, so we can refer to that and see how we've been scored and whatnot?
Well, you'll know how you've been scored, but immediately, because all you do is drop in numbers and it tells you right there at the bottom. But no, it usually gets combined into the budget package that gets sent to the budget committee. But that doesn't mean you can't have it. I just don't know that you want to put preliminary information on the website. Remember, your website's public facing and everybody can see it. So again, you might be better off just asking your program administrator what the final number was and where did you fall.
Assuming that the section leadership did not have an opportunity to provide their input on this form, is there a chance still this year to review and revise it to make sure it reflects accurately our events?
We're going to talk about timing and budgets and budget amendments and all kind of stuff. So in a few minutes, let's hold that one for when we talk about budget timelines, because that's kind of what you're getting into. So I'll be sure to talk about that. Okay. I want to quickly talk about CLEs because, like I said, we divide you in half, right? There's section management and then there's CLE events. And the reason we felt like CLEs needed to be handled separately is because we have 3 different kinds of CLE events that sections tend to have. Jointly sponsored CLEs, which are when you're jointly sponsoring with the bar's CLE committee, and your outcome is to have something that is going to be eligible to be put on the 24/7 on-demand catalog for sale and recovery time. That is typically when sections decide to go the jointly sponsored route. And the nuances of that particular category are that you're sharing revenue with the bar, 80% to 20%. It can sit out there for sale for 18 months, and it's eligible to be put on the 24/7 on-demand catalog. Section-sponsored events mean that the budget for those events need to reside in the section's budget. So if you plan to have a section-sponsored CLE, you're going to raise sponsorships, you're going to do and run everything through your section. Please make sure you have a section budget set up for that. You get 100% of the revenue stream of the net proceeds, but you can only sell those through CDs and DVDs in the aftermarket. Can't put those on your on-demand 24/7 catalog. And when I talk about sharing revenue, I'm talking about sharing net proceeds. Part of the expenditures for CLEs includes an overhead charge so that the bar is recovering the overhead expense for the accounting time, the IT time, for setting up the registration process for those on the portal so that people can register and attend. So we're going to talk about those fees in just a second. But CLEs, since they are not part of your section management, get charged their overhead recovery cost as part of the direct cost of the event. And then you have your section service programs. And section service programs are when you're putting on CLEs at, let's say, an executive committee retreat, and you want to reward your members who show up with an hour, and you talk to them over lunch, and you get the course approved, and which now you get a course approved for free because it's less than the 2 hours, and you give your members some CLE. I'm not charging you any overhead for that. Those are already part of what we consider to be your basic section expenses.
Hi, is there a reason that we would be limited to the aftermarket sales for the section-sponsored CLEs for CDs and DVDs?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to let Mr. Hill discuss. When we first set this up, in order to ensure that the quality and of the recordings and the product that's going to be put on the 24/7 demand catalog was appropriate, it needs to be jointly sponsored with the CLE committee.
Okay, so if we were to
That's by
hire,
policy.
Our own vendor to record it, that would not be allowed for the section sponsored.
Where are you going to put it for sale?
I guess that's a good point.
And yeah, if it's going to be aftermarket sales on the 24/7 on-demand catalog, online, downloadable, needs to be in the online. It needs to be jointly sponsored so that it's there. And there's a lot of different reasons for that. The jointly sponsored has to adhere to CLE policy, and which means that it has a minimum base registration fee, quality standards, those types of things. And then the other thing with this is there's this catalog, the 24/7 catalog, which I'll talk about in the afternoon about the enhancements coming up. But that's a relationship that's been with the bar for 25 years. It generates millions of dollars that go through that. We really kind of expect, your section members are probably not only buying your CLE programs, they're buying other CLE programs. So we kind of want the quality to be the same, so pictures there. And the revenue share here is different from the CLE admin that she talked about. So the fact that a section might be recording their own program might save them money on the videography services or on direct expense associated with that, but it doesn't impact the management fee or the CLE admin fee.
And again, remembering that you don't have your own checking account, you don't have a separate contract that I'm aware of that would allow you a mechanism to sell that online digital product. our 24/7 on-demand is really the only viable option.
And the other thing to that to keep in mind too is that we actually have staff who plays a role in all these things. So that the section management fee, the CLE management fee or the CLE admin fee only covers a certain amount of those expenses. It doesn't cover all of the different marketing efforts, management efforts that go into managing and maintaining the catalog, the marketing of those programs outside of what the individual sections do. And again, some of that stuff I'll talk about in around the 2:45 timeframe, I think.
I had a question, kind of follow up on where to make the CLEs available. If it's a section-sponsored CLE and the section has its own YouTube channel that it makes available only to its members, are there any restrictions on posting?
Would it be free?
Beg pardon?
Would it be free?
If it was initially offered for free?
If it's
yes,
for
ma'am.
free, then yes, you could probably put it on your YouTube channel. If you're trying to collect money for it, then you'd have to do it through our 24/7 catalog.
I think you may have answered this, but can you continue doing CLE and DVDs, but you'll take a cut, or no?
No,
it can
we don't
only
take a
be-
cut.
Okay, so
If you're
we can
doing
continue.
if you're doing a section sponsored, meaning 100% of the revenue is flowing through the section, other than our administrative overhead charge, that's the only thing the bar gets from that. Y'all keep 100% of the net proceeds.
But if we want to collaborate with you and have it on demand, that's when.
It goes to become a jointly sponsored CLE, and we share.
And there's no way we can do both, arguably. Like if later we decide to put it on demand, like first we start off with our only section sponsored, and later we want to say, okay, we want to put this on the 24-hour. Can, from then on, you take the cut if we put it on demand?
I'm not sure the finances of that would work out the way you really want it to, because to be honest, usually the loss part of those events happen at the beginning, not at the post-market side. So you'd be sharing revenue on just on the part that you're trying to depend on to help you recover from the live event. But again, nothing's impossible. We just have to do the numbers on it for you and make sure that that's really what you really want to do.
Well, our section has usually done very well with the aftermarket CDs. It just has traditionally. So we would like to continue that. And then in order for the future, like maybe 6 months out, with the time that I guess a CLE normally takes
18 months.
Right. So maybe have the opportunity that we do our regular aftermarket, what we've always done, CDs for 6 months. And then if we decide to go on demand, that rest of the year we can share with the bar. It's just a thought.
I'm sure Terry would be willing to.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that I want to make sure I understand your question, because I think that depends on the answer. Is if it's a jointly sponsored program, the bar is sharing in the revenue 80-20,
Right.
CDs, DVDs, online, on demand, everything. If it's a section sponsored program, there's CDs, the bar's not sharing in the revenue. If you do a section sponsored CD, and then you later on, and for 6 months, 6 months into it, you say, oh, we want to put this on the 24/7 catalog. A couple things would happen. One is we'd probably end up having to set up a new course number because it's going to track differently under jointly sponsored as it would under a section sponsored program. We could do that. To Marcy's point, we would have a conversation with you and show you what those numbers would be, because what ends up happening there is now that revenue under that new course number is now all going under the sections under the jointly sponsored, to where we're receiving 20% of the revenue and you're receiving the 80%, but that's almost all profit. So because there's very little expense associated with that. So when we set up that new course number 1, 2, 3, 4, it's almost pure profit. So now you're giving us 20% profit where there's almost no expense. We would almost welcome it, but I don't know that would achieve what you want to do. It would get now. to your point, it would get you in the 24/7 catalog, of which you wouldn't have been in otherwise.
Correct.
But you would be, as long as but we'd want to make sure that you understood that this means that we're going to get $20 out of every $100 spent.
Understood. We'll talk numbers later then.
We'll talk numbers later.
Conceptually, it can be done.
Yeah, conceptually.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm jumping the gun here, but I know we only have a couple more minutes. So I wanted to know about the results financially about CLEs that we put on. So we're the ADR section. We're pretty active. We book our CLEs 6 months out. Obviously, it takes a lot of time to get approval. So we have a really far out schedule. But we don't get financial results from
until the event happens.
Well, until several months after the event happens. So that's, is there a way on the back end that we can see, live how much money, how much revenue the event is bringing in, and then, and then the aftermarket more quickly instead of, waiting 6 months to, because if we have
again,
a CLE
we produce financial statements for the CLE programs at the same time we produce them for the section. So every month, there are reports for the CLE events. Now, granted, there's nothing to report on until it actually happens.
So which CLE? So let's say
Pick
July.
one.
Okay, let's say July 1, we get a report. Is it from June?
No, it would be July 1 through July 31st.
Okay, so it's the previous month. You could get the data. Okay.
Yeah. But again, it's only going to show you what's been recorded for that 30 days. But
And that's a very good question, though, because on those same financial statements, there's literally a financial statement for every course number.
Yes.
So if a section has 50 course numbers, that section's going to have 50 financial statements. And keep in mind that those financial statements only cover the current year. So if you really want to know the total value of what that course was, you got to look back over the 18-month spread of the course, and sometimes that could be 2 years. In some instances, it could be 3 years, depending on when the live registration started happening and the aftermarket ended.
And we do at year end produce a 3-year look back just for that very reason, because some of those CLEs cover 3 different fiscal periods. So you're right, it can be a little bit confusing about where you are in the process. But it's available. We just need to make sure you're getting them. Okay. I want to go on really quickly and talk about, because this is one of my projects for the upcoming year as well. Right now we have 8 different rates that get assigned. Again, the same. When we redid these rates, we did this with the goal of allowing every section the ability to predict what their overhead expenses would be in advance of an event happening, so that you could consider that in your break-even analysis of whether or not you're actually going to do the event or not. What kind of funds do you have to make off of this? So again, with knowing that advanced planning and transparency was part of what we were trying to achieve, we decided there were about 8 different ways we needed to look at something to figure out what the fee would be. So that's why we ended up with 8 rates, and I'm going to go through these in just a second. But again, just like the management fee, these rates cover staff time for helping pull together, and whether it's just your program administrator or their supervisor or the administrative support, it's all the staff time. It's the website registration process. It again covers the same overhead that the section part did, because we split that overhead into 2 different, areas for computer access, all that kind of stuff. So again, the rates are calculated to try and represent the level of effort it takes to put on one of these 8 different kind of events. So they get a flat rate, and then the fee is not assessed until the event actually happens. So if let's say you spent as a volunteer 6 months working on a CLE only to have 2 people register for it, and so it gets canceled, we're not recovering anything. Yet we've been absorbing some administrative overhead all along the way as well. So that's kind of the loss risk we both share, is that when you cancel an event, we tend not to be able to recover anything overhead-wise, because we don't charge this fee until the event actually takes place. Now, much like the other planning sheet, we have a planning sheet. And we understand when we start working on budgets, you're not going to know what the name of these CLE events are. I have an awful lot of month 1, month 2, month 3 CLE planning forms that come in. I'm not asking you to be that specific. I am asking you to try and plan out how many CLE events you think you want to try and do in a year. And then again, you're looking at them. Is this CLE going to be a live CLE? Is it going to be a complete Zoom CLE? Is it going to be held in conjunction? Is it going to have a contract? Is it going to be at a convention center? Is it going to be in a law office? Are there going to be food? How many speakers are we going to have? And in a minute, the number of speakers becomes important because the number of speakers kind of outlines how long you think it's going to be. Right? How big of a deal, how much material are we going to have to help you put together to send out to registrants? So knowing that, like I said, if you look in the middle right here, this is where we came up with the 8 different categories. So you've got, it's contracted at a venue and you're going to have food, or it's going to happen in a private setting, but we're going to have food, or it's going to happen at a contracted venue and we're not going to have food. Is it just completely private and there is no food? Is it just recorded? Is it just a lunch and learn over lunchtime and we're not, having to do all of that? So again, I think it's fair to consider that there are different kinds of CLE events. And again, the number of speakers that you think you're going to have gives us an indication of what size event this might be. There have been suggestions that the number of speakers may not be the best thing, but the number of speakers was something we could count. So that's why we ended up using that. And again, there are 8 different rates ranging from $1,700 an hour down to $400 an hour, depending on which one of these categories it falls in. And again, realizing that the number of CLE hours is, again, something you tend to be consistent with year after year. If it's a lunch and learn, it would be 1 hour. If it's a morning and you're breaking at lunchtime, it might be 4 hours or 3 hours. So we're looking at, again, trying to measure the level of effort it takes to put on that CLE and to give a reasonable way to recover some of the overhead that's required to put on those CLEs. Again, you should be working with your program administrator and filling out these forms as you're building your budget for the next fiscal year. And then there are some other fees. Again, if you incur as a section a direct expense for your section, you needed a certain kind of something, those are directly identifiable to the sections. You wanted it. That's not what we normally might provide. This was something you wanted. Those you would pay for. If directly, or if you had the bar purchase it for you, you might have to reimburse the bar for it. Video editing, for instance, if you wanted to change the format of one of your recordings to make a DVD or whatever, as you sell those, we recover an overhead fee for that as well. And then, like I said, if you come up with some harebrained idea, and you do, we might call it a special project, and we might need to sit down and negotiate some sort of, and you notice I use the word negotiate because I will not assess it without you knowing what it is in advance, some sort of a special fee project. And I can give you some examples of some that we have. We have a couple of sections that do these really peculiar we call them double jointed, jointly sponsored events with 2 or 3 other organizations. And one year they're heavy administration on our part, and the next year they're heavy administration on the other external entity's part. And so there's no point in us recovering an overhead fee for that when we're not doing the work, right? The FICPA might be doing it, or the whoever, what's the AAMLA, there's all kind of, there's some of those funky things going on out there. Again, we don't count those as basic section management. That would be a special project. And we would figure out what the administrative costs are for those, let you know what that fee is in advance, and it would be charged as a special projects fee. So that would not show up in the numbers, right, on your section planning form. It would be in the other box down there at the bottom for us to come up with a negotiated rate. All right, let's talk about budgets real quick. So you do have to prepare an annual budget. It does have to be submitted to the budget committee, the bar's budget committee, so that it can be incorporated into the whole budget that gets submitted to the court for approval. The Budget Committee adopts a new timeline every year, but generally, your section approved, meaning it's gotten through your executive committee's approval sometime in mid-December. We start working on budgets in August. Reptiles start working on their budget in August. We open up the spreadsheets for those sections that need them that early. Most of them really do get started in September, but we can start earlier. If you needed to start in August, we can back that up. Again, the sooner you start working on your budgets with your timelines and your plans with your program administrator, the sooner you can have your executive committee approve it and get it turned in. I'm going to admit that the compilation of all of the 126 budgets that we have to pull together for the Budget Committee to review in January is manual. There's no automation to it. Hence, I beg you to please stick to the timelines. If you cannot, please at least have a good draft, meaning you don't think it's going to change much, or at all, preferably, by mid-December. I think it's, I may say wrong, International, that ends up not having their executive committee meeting until late January, February, and so I usually don't get their final budget until I'm presenting the March proposed budget, but they give me something close enough so that when the Budget Committee looks at it in January, they get a good feel for what your section's trying to do. Now, I know over the years there's been some anxiety about why does the Budget Committee have to look at our budget? Let me assure you, the Budget Committee is looking at your budget from the big brother perspective of making sure you're not developing negative trends over years, because they look at 3 years worth of information, and that your fund balance is sufficient to support what it is you're trying to do. They are not looking line item by line item as to whether you're doing a newsletter this way or whether you're mailing out. That's up to you to do. They are looking at it from a what I call a top level perspective of fiduciary responsibilities that they are charged with from the court at looking at these budgets before they get submitted to the court for approval. And then, of course, so here's the timeline. Y'all need to try to get it to us by mid-December. I'll put it together for the Budget Committee in January. If any of you want to ever come to the Budget Committee workshop, you're more than welcome. We're always looking for volunteers. If you want to come volunteer to participate on one of the teams, I can put you to work. If you just want to come watch, you're more than welcome to come watch. That happens in January at the January board meeting. Just let us know you want to come so we can plan for you. In March, we'll take all of what we did in January and roll it together into one, it's not really one, but it's actually 7 combined budgets that the board will initially approve in March. We will publish it then for member objections and comments in April. In May, the board will make a final approval. Typically, that only includes conversation if a member has made an objection. So we won't really discuss the budget all over again in May unless something pops up, right? We had on occasion a section that submitted something after the March deadline and it was a change and we had to discuss it at the board level in May in order to get it adopted before it goes to the goes to the court in June. So typically, if we can shuffle our cards right, everything's done in March. Now, I will have more specific exact dates when I can get back and pull together the calendar for the Budget Committee to approve in July, and we'll make sure that you all have those, but it's going to be along those same timelines. Now, Rick already talked about this. It is perfectly okay for you to plan to use your dues money, because your money's voluntary, to support legislative activities, as long as the overall budget doesn't result in a negative projected ending year fund balance. In other words, we're not going to let you go in the hole because of legislative spend. Okay? The operating reserves. I've already had 2 questions today. Is it okay, or how do we include in our budget a way to either put money into our fund balance or set up one line item that doesn't necessarily have a defined expenditure, which means it's giving you a, I don't like to use the word slush fund, but an undesignated amount of money that your board says, we already know we're gonna have something come up that we don't have a plan for. Let's put $10,000 in this. 7999 is the line number that we can use budget amendments to move around during the year. Okay? That's easy to do. At one point in time, the bar used to require you to do that, and we quit. It's really a good practice. All of you should have some money sitting there available for you to use if something comes up. Particularly if you have a leadership group with the mindset of we don't ever want to pull money out of a fund balance. Well, okay, well, we just plan for it ahead of time. So we put money in that line item to use for unexpected activities, and you're not having to take it out of your fund balance during the course of the year. So I would suggest you all have something in that line item, but it is up to you. And then you are supposed to, when you put your approved budgets out on your website, you are supposed to let your members know if you're reimbursing speakers above and beyond what the CLE policies allow for. And an example of that might be you're paying for their family to come to an event instead of just the speaker expense. And the section's picking up that. So again, the idea is to be transparent with your members that you're doing more than just the basics for speakers. Not sure why that one is the only one that's there for, but again, it is, so I just want to make sure you're aware of it. Budget amendments. A budget is a plan. It is not poured in concrete. We do not expect you, or can we expect you, to know everything that's going to happen during the course of a year. But that's what budget amendments are made for. You guys actually even have a better budget arrangement than we do. What we have done is we've created this thing called an amendatory authority. And you can move money around within your budget up to the higher of either 10% of your total disbursements or 30% of your ending fund balance without having to go to the Board of Governors to get approval. So in other words, we go through at the beginning of every year and come up with the amendatory authority. Every program administrator can get to it. They know what they have. And you can move money around within your budget without it, with just sending it to the executive director to sign off on. Right? That's just internal. If you spend more than your amendatory authority, meaning you've done so many budget amendments or you've got something that's so big that it exceeds your amendatory authority, then it does have to go to the bar's Board of Governors to be approved through the Budget Committee. I think in the 12 years, 13 years I've been here, I've had one that has ever had to do that, and it was a big deal. So it just doesn't happen that often. So it's pretty easy for you to move money around within your budget. I hope I've made it easy for you. So don't hesitate if we need to do a budget amendment to let's do a budget amendment. All right, again, I gave you a typical budget timeline, so this will be in your, but we've really already gone through this and talked about the timeline. And then last but not least, here is my contact information. If any of you want a copy of the investment policy, I'll be glad to send it to you. If you want to sit down and have a phone call to talk about any of this, here's my phone number. It comes straight into my office. This is my direct line. And my email is C for Cynthia, cjackson@floridabar.org. Are there any questions we haven't already gotten? A topic I missed that you want me to talk about? Yes, ma'am.
I still have the same question about whether if our program administrator didn't consult leadership to determine whether we are a mid-level, low-level, or high-level section. And I have the same questions that were asked before. If a lot of the events are run solely by the leadership, we handle registration, we handle emails, we handle marketing, we handle social media. I would like to know if there's still a chance to review and revise that form that determines the category where the section falls.
Yes, we can. Is it going to impact your this year budget? Probably not. We've kind of promised that we would always move forward with adjustments. It may allow us an opportunity to tweak the next year as we're working on the next year budget. So yes, if you truly feel like either you haven't seen what the final numbers were for this year or you disagree with them, then you and Leroy and I and your program administrator need to have a phone call, and we need to all come to agreement on what those numbers need to be, and we will build in some sort of adjustment as we move into the next fiscal year.
That'd be great. Thank you.
But because let me remind you, those management fees are collected every time a member pays their annual dues. So as their annual dues have already started coming in, we've already started dividing up those funds between the section and the bar. So it's really hard to go back.
Got it.
But it doesn't mean we can't change things moving forward.
You had someone just answered my question. It was going to be, when is it that the fee is assessed? Because so if someone signs up midway through the year, then that full amount's going to be charged regardless?
Yes.
Okay. And then...
But keep in mind, sections only collect dues from your members the first 8 months of the year. At some point in time, we let you join for free and only charge you for the next year.
Okay. Thank you.
I know I'm in the way of lunch, so.
No, that's the speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Martha.
Mm-hmm. Let me get this, my glasses back on and get this out. I don't know, who's next?
There, we're going to get right back on track, and we're going to talk about board certification now with the Honorable Kansas R. Gooden, who's going to present on board certification. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am the current BLSC chair for 3 or 4 more days. So how many in this room are board certified? Yay, that's a great number. So I'm here just to talk to you about what your sections can do to promote board certification, because for me, it really is a way to kind of elevate the practice of law within your section and promote attorneys within your section. So, one thing that BLSC does, we attend a lot of seminars and we'll set up a table and basically promote board certification for you. And so we have attended some section meeting stuff, but one thing that I think the section could do is allow BLSC to have a table for free. Let me just put that, because BLSC really does not have much of a budget. And they will talk to people about the board certification process. They'll also provide swag to the already board certified lawyers. And it's a good way for the sections to promote board certification. Sections can also do a lot of other stuff, like do review courses for the board certification exam, promote on social media, the test, newly board certified lawyers. Also, sections can just make sure, when you're planning CLEs, make sure to try to get that board certification credit approved for your CLEs, because that is, in some areas, it's just really hard to get. And so the more board certified approved CLEs that you put on as a section, they're actually going to be more profitable at the end of the day, because you have attorneys specifically hunting out that CLE. And just kind of examples of some sections who have done this, and I'm going to brag on the appellate section. I think they've done just a tremendous job of promoting board certification within their section. For instance, earlier this year, they had a roundtable for board certification, and so they had tons of board certified members, prior area certification members, and really talked about what you need to do to get board certified, how to do it, kind of the nuts and bolts of everything. They also talked about how it would benefit their practice. I know for me, when I was a practitioner, my book of business doubled overnight when I got board certified. And that's kind of shocking to say out loud, but it did. And so that really helps, attorneys' pockets at the end of the day. They also kind of make sure all of their CLEs have that board cert credit. They also one kind of neat thing they do is during the EC meetings, they have the area committee who's the chair of the appellate certification committee actually be a line item on the agenda and have that person kind of talk about what's happening on their committee. They also do this with a few other committees, like the Appellate Rules Committee as well. But having that certification chair there really kind of keeps the section involved as to what's happening with board certification in that area. It also allows the section to celebrate those newly board certified lawyers in a really good way. So like the appellate section did a huge blast to all their members saying, cheers to all of these newly board certified attorneys. Their names went out on all social media. And so it really is a good marketing on behalf of the section, but it really helps kind of prop up board certification. So these are just a few kind of ideas that I have that I think that, sections can really put in place to help. Because I'm not sure if y'all all know, but Florida actually has the leading board certified program in all of the country. We are the leaders. We were the first, we are the largest, we have the most areas, and so we have really kind of taken hold, and every other state looks to us for guidance. And so I just honestly want to stay number one in the country for board certified lawyers, because I just think that shows how Florida rocks, and our lawyers are better than their lawyers. So does anybody have any questions? Oh, hearing none. Adjourn from my end.
Thank you so much. So we're number one, okay? So, all right, so the next presentation is on the Leadership Academy, and we're going to have Cormal Mirza and David Thompson speak to us, I believe.
Good afternoon. My co-chair for this year was not able to make it, Comal, so this is Brandon Sapp. He's actually going to be my co-chair for next year. So does anyone know what Leadership Academy is? Okay, we have some hands. All right. For those who don't, the Leadership Academy is basically training today, leaders for tomorrow. We get a class of about 25, 30 individuals from around the state. The application pool, it's very contested. It's really hard to get in, honestly. We had to turn away a lot this year. It's very competitive. But we get the different individuals, and they're already kind of showing growth within their own communities, different bar leaderships, even within the Florida bar. And it's really just to enhance and train them. We have meetings throughout the state from Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Orlando, Tampa, Fort Lauderdale, and they start and end here at annual and graduation. And really, it's just getting at these different areas, and they learn leadership skills and training from judges. We have Supreme Court judges come talk to them, different people who've been through the program, and it's really just trying to enhance all their skills. Even within the program, we've had individuals, they graduate, they've gone through, become YLD. We have several members on the Board of Governors, legislators, judges, state attorneys, public defenders, all throughout the state. And it's really just kind of getting people out of the shell and teaching them more leadership skills through conversations, through different training techniques, and really kind of building them up so they become leaders in the bar for tomorrow, including Maria. She was in the best class, which is my class back in class 8. For 13, we're on our 13th class year consecutive. It was the brainchild of Eugene Pettis, just to help really build leaders within the bar and get people from circuits maybe who don't really have all the resources and stuff as the bigger circuits. We're represented, this year's class has almost every circuit is represented, which is really good for us just to get it out there. So Brandon's actually going to talk about kind of how the sections are together.
So what can we do for you guys, and how can we collaborate? So at Leadership Academy, a lot of people don't understand that, like he said, we train leaders. We have sections that have reached out to us to say, hey, we have a younger person who's up and coming, or we have an older person who's getting involved right now, more seasoned, I don't want to say older, more seasoned person. But the reality is that those people need to get their feet wet. They need to know about bar leadership. They need to get the groundwork in place. And that's where we come in. I think one example of this is that the current outgoing chair of the business law section reached out to us and said, hey, we have a guy who's stellar. I know he's going to be a leader of this committee one day. She personally went through the program herself. She's like, I want him in this program. You know what I mean? So she sent us his information. We looked at his stuff. He actually turned out to be very stellar. And he got into the program, and he's going to be in the program this year. And reality is that he's going to do the program, and at that point, he's going to be leadership when it comes to the business law session. But that's not where to start. Like the government law session, Maria, the incoming chair, is Leadership Academy. When it comes to the family law session, surprisingly, the outgoing chair for the next couple of days, he was Class 1 Leadership Academy, and the incoming chair is Class 1 Leadership Academy. So it works. You know what I mean? It's a process that's been put in place. I mean, it teaches not only the values of what it takes to be a good leader, but also the importance of being involved, and to make sure they maintain that involvement over the course of the years to make sure that you have that continuity in your own sections. So how can we collaborate? When it comes to Leadership Academy, we have our 6 different sections, our sessions throughout the state of Florida. And David touched on a couple places that we've gone to. But you know, if you guys are in the area, you can come talk to our group. You know, I think personally, there's a lot of people that are in our group that need the exposure when it comes to sessions. Board certification, which David said he's board certified, you know, but I'm pretty sure he heard someone talk about board certification. That's the reason why he became board certified himself. I don't know, did you start out in law school saying I'm going to be board certified, or did you hear about that later on?
I did not. We did have people come to my class talk about board certification, how it enhanced, as Judge Gooden just said, and it has helped my practice as well.
So that's what we're here to do. So there's collaboration when it comes to sponsorship of Leadership Academy. We have an alumni reception that we do at every stop that we have when it comes to the program. And pretty much the end of the last day, probably from 5 to 6 o'clock, we have our alumni in that area and our current class come together and talk to each other, collaborate, network. If you guys want to be involved with that, like I said, we have sponsorship and collaboration opportunities, so let us know. I'll also be sending out emails to most of you guys to kind of give you guys a rundown on how that works. But number 2, you know, if you want us to come speak to your group, if you have a section meeting, let us know. Surprisingly this year, when Tampa, right next door to our room, it said Florida Bar. We're like, who's next door to us for the Florida Bar? It was the administrative law session. So how you doing? So we literally met them across the street to the other hotel, talked to them about different things, and just got to know them very, very well. So there's many opportunities to grow when it comes to Leadership Academy. There's many opportunities to collaborate. We're going to be in the back of the room for a little bit, so if you guys have any questions about that, and I'll turn it over to David to see if there's anything else he has to say.
Yeah, we also do a lot of things helping within the bar. So each class has to do class projects. This year's class was a podcast. So if you listen to podcasts or whatever, there's several great speakers, judges from different circuits. Madam President-elect for a couple more days. Saya Baker Barnes was actually in the last one that was just released on Monday. And it's called the Lawyers Leaders Podcast. The original one, Limited Liability Leadership 3L from 2008, the original class who did it, is also available on podcast. But we like giving out information as well and giving back to the other rest of the bar members. So if you guys have questions, like Ms. Brandon said, we'll be in the back. Or if anybody has any questions now. Nope.
I just have one more thing to clarify. Class 6 was the best class to ever come through. So
it's very competitive.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate the information. We now are going to have our own Honorable Alan Force, who's going to talk to us about CLE best practices. Alan?
Okay. Yay. Get the joke? Okay. Well, you didn't laugh though. Okay, why would a bar section present or sponsor CLE for its members and others? First, before I tell you, any ideas why is CLE important for a bar section? It's the audience participation portion of our. What was that? Yep. Any others?
Keep our license active.
Excuse me, sir. Let me blow it up for you.
Oh. So I just want to go forward.
That's right. Good? Okay. Okay, so I came up with a list. Benefit for someone to become a dues-paying member of the section. You ask somebody for $40, give them a benefit, maybe a member pricing for CLE. Present CLE in conjunction with section executive council meetings. The sections that I've been on have done that. Teaching opportunity for section members. It's a good way to ease into section leadership by getting an opportunity to teach at a CLE. Networking opportunity, very important. Those of you, on your leadership journey, you probably started around COVID, and it's like, CLEs became Zoom CLEs. It's really kind of limits your real networking. Preparation for certification exams. Judge Gooden just talked about that. To meet general Florida Bar and Board of Certification requirements. And to some sections, it's a key revenue source for the section, if done right. If done wrong, if you start, bringing faculty down from Norway, or not that I've ever brought faculty from Norway, it could be a money pit. So you have to, you don't want to put on CLE and lose money. Terry's nodding vociferously. 10,000 steps or 30 hours to CLE, what's easier to accomplish? Has anybody filled out a form to get CLEs for something? Yeah, it's daunting when you look at it, and I wrote down some of the stuff. Then when I was bar president of my my county bar association, I had friends that were on The Amazing Race, and I said, why don't we have them present and tell us about the legalities of like the non-disclosure and all that. And then I found out I could get CLE for this. So then it kind of led me to believe if you frame it the right way, you could get CLE for a lot of things. Standards, just standards. To be eligible for CLE accreditation, the course for activity must have, you could read it. I only have 15 minutes. To be conducted by an individual or group qualified by practical or academic experience, or contestants on The Amazing Race. Okay, you may have noticed that there's 3 different kinds of CLEs. There's advanced, intermediate, and basic. And I always resent that my CLE presentation is regarded as basic. But I think basic is for, it's just like the young lawyers put on basic CLE education that everybody has to go through, and they put it on. And it's for not necessarily, like they do a labor and employment law course, not necessarily for labor and employment law attorneys, but for everybody. Whereas if the labor and employment law section is putting something on, it's generally at least intermediate. Advanced, I think, goes towards for certification and recertification, you have to take so many advanced classes. There must be 50 ways to present CLE, but I only have a few minutes left. Webinars, that's become, it's hard to believe that 15 years ago, nobody was doing webinars. It was a word that we had never heard of, and it was kind of like, that's a weird word. But it's stood the test of time. It's cheap. The appellate practice section charges for their webinars. The labor and employment law section that I'm on tried something new this year, and they're giving it free. So that kind of defeats the revenue source, but it's hoping to increase membership. Certification exam prep review. Some sections do everything you ever wanted to know about this area of the law to prepare for the certification exam. It's also a good comprehensive way for practitioners to get familiar with that legal area. Legal update, focus on recent developments. The fourth DCA did what? Litigation skills, more nuts and bolts than substantive law. Some sections do boot camps. They do like a week-long, really immersive program. It's usually costs more per participant, and because it's like small group and a lot of faculty. But it's well, debate's on. Any section here does a boot camp? No? Yeah, appellate does every now and then. More ideas, boot camp, CLE, CLA section to travel. So a lot of sections are now moving to having retreats and/or with CLE attached to it. Those get into some controversy. One section, which shall go nameless, but I don't believe they're represented here this afternoon, spent much more than they had budgeted for on expenses for their CLE. So you have to be careful over that. Focus on a particular audience. Example is one thing that the labor section did one year is we did a CLE at the Florida Bar building, so we didn't have to pay for rent. We got box lunches, a heck of a lot cheaper than those box lunches cost the council of section today. We had captive audiences. I was the chair of the Unemployment Appeals Commission, and all my attorneys had you attend. And same with the Public Employee Relations Commission. And we had local speakers, so it cost us virtually not nothing, but very little to put it on. And all we charged was essentially the cost of membership. And it's like attend the CLE, become a member for one low cost. And that was a good way for government lawyers to get their CLE live. Co-sponsor some sections. I know the labor and the county government co-sponsors a CLE every year, 50 years now. And don't forget, load up on CLE addressing ethics, professionalism. I changed this. I guess this is an older slide. Bias elimination is no longer one of the special ones that you have to get. Substance use, mental illness, and technology. Live and in person, pros and cons. Cons, travel and lodging expenses are paid by the section. You have to pay for the speakers, staff, officers, and then the attendees have to pay their way. Cost of putting on a live seminar for both section and attendees. People don't go to movies anymore, or at least that's my perception, but maybe because I'm a boomer. Will they sit in a hotel conference room for 8 hours? I always got a kick. It's like the CLE is going to be at the Don Cesar, this beautiful place, but you're going to be in a room without any windows for 8 hours, and they'll let you out as the sun's going down. It could have been at the Ramada Inn in Hoboken. But the pros, networking and meeting your future opponent at the Tiki Bar. When I moved to Florida and joined the Labor and Employment Law section, as I was an employment law lawyer, I met some of the top practitioners. And then later, if I had a case with them, they might go a little easier on me because I bought them a drink. You're in that TRIP seminar. Some seminars are kind of cost prohibitive, but like the appellate practice section just went to Italy, and it was great. And some of their employers may have paid for it, or they may have paid out of hand, and the section lightly subsidized the trip. And again, that's something that you might want to talk about with your leadership, with the extent to which you're going to subsidize. And meet tomorrow's section leaders today. It's easier to do that live than doing it via Zoom or a webinar. Random survey. I always do this. Okay, so answer the question. The Beatles were the most important and greatest musical act of the past 100 years. A, yes. B, no, but I'm under the age of 3. C, no, but I have lived my life in a cave. D, no, but I need help. Okay, so who says A? We'll go no further. And from the following choices, what is your 1970s favorite movie? Animal House, Godfather or Godfather 2, Jaws, The Exorcist, Star Wars, or The Empire Strikes Back? So who's in Animal House? Godfather or Godfather 2? Oh, Jaws, which just celebrated its 50th anniversary. The Exorcist, which was shot at my alma mater. Star Wars or The Empire Strikes Back. All right. Which leads me to, may the force be with you. Thank you. I'll be playing here all week.
All right. Next, we have Jennifer Correll Davis, who's the Director of Communications for the Florida Bar. She's going to talk to us about media relations, social media, and technology.
Hi, Jennifer Correll Davis with the Florida Bar. I have worked there off and on for 25 years, but I took a break there, I promise. I really wanted to talk generally about what my office does, just because we do a lot of things across the bar, and even sometimes inside the bar, we're not quite sure what exactly we're doing. So we work with all of our primary audiences, members, committees, board of governors, media, general public, and staff and employees. We work for the members, we work for our staff. I consider our office as kind of a mini PR agency, and we're working with all of these various clients trying to get the word out. But one big part of what we do is we run the website. We add content, we review content, we look for usability, we look for ADA compliance. We have a citizens advisory committee that reviews our public language to make sure that it's easy to understand. Something new that we're doing, not new necessarily, but what we're trying to do is expand the amount of content on our website that's in Spanish and in Creole. So we've examined a lot of our consumer pamphlets and other content to make sure that that's accessible for more of our population. We also run the Legal Survival Guide site, which, if you don't know about this, it's Florida laws you should know, and it's geared toward new adults. So it's for new college-age students and about their rights and responsibilities. Okay, like now you're adult, what do you need to know? So I encourage you to share that site. If you Google it, you can find it with any new adults. But what's interesting about that site is it's accessed by a lot of older adults, and we are not sure if it's grandparents or people just moving to Florida that are curious about what they need to know. But we also run legalfuel.com, which is the practice resource management, or we help with that one. The Votes in Your Court, which is on merit retention. Some of the section websites, Sue Ray in my office built, and she's lovely, and the professional blog, which is inside. But as you can see, there are over 32 million page views in 1 year. So the site is visited by millions of Floridians, people internationally, and across the country. Social media, we run all of the bar's main accounts on all of these platforms that you can see. Our social media manager, Josie Follick, is incredible. We stole her from OSCA, which is the Office of State Courts Administration. But we are, I believe, the second largest bar for social media presence, I think just behind Texas. But you can follow any of these channels to see what we do, but we also run the president's accounts, the YLD accounts, let's see, and several others, and I'm admin on about 50 Facebook accounts. So you can imagine what my notifications look like, which are terrible. And I'm backup admin on all of the section accounts, and that's for security reasons, and also backup because we've had staff changes and had problems getting onto those section website or media accounts. Here's some example of some of our posts. Always got to brag. Some of our YLD posts. And we also are a resource to the section leaders and to section staff and volunteers that are running your social media. If you need advice, if you need help, if you need a last minute graphic, like we're happy to help. I know, we've got sections that have vendors that are providing those PR services for you, but we're happy to help. And if you need best practices, or if you have a new volunteer that's coming on to those kind of duties and you need support, please let us know. We're here to help. Another big part of my job specifically is media relations. Every single media contact that comes to the bar goes through me. And as you can imagine, that can be quite voluminous depending on what national crisis is erupting with a Florida lawyer, which is super fun. But you can see that we get calls for lawyer discipline about bar rules. We get a lot of calls for legal experts, and that's where I reach out or refer media to the section leadership quite often. So if we have someone who needs somebody who's an expert in real estate law or in animal law, I will refer them to your website under executive council and say, start with the leaders, email them. If they can't help you, they can refer you to a person in their section that can help you. So we kind of use you guys as our legal expert bureau. So thank you in advance for any harassment that you get over the next year. We also help with, there have been some specific media issues that sections have dealt with where I've helped review a press release or kind of help with, managing that media traffic. So if you know that a media issue is going to be hitting in your practice area that y'all are going to be dealing with, please let me know. I'm happy to be a resource, support, moral support, even if I can't do anything specifically. But once again, we're here to help you guys. We also run a reporters workshop with the Supreme Court where we take reporters that are new to Florida or new to the legal beat and really walk them through our discipline history, our discipline process, how to get public records, how to contact the court, how to work with clerks and courts. And what we found is that reporters that go through that end up being like award-winning reporters because they're the only ones that know how to navigate our public records and legal systems, which are tough. We had a student from University of Florida's journalism school go to LA, get put on a high-profile case within a year after graduating college, and she won an award like the next year because she was literally the only person that knew to call the clerk, knew to call the court PIO, et cetera. So if you have reporters that you work with in your area, please, have them reach out to us and we can get them on board. So legal experts, we talked about this. And I work with the court PIOs, voluntary bars, judicial partners, et cetera, and we're all kind of, working together. If I get a call, it's about Supreme Court, I'm calling the Supreme Court PIO next, and we're keeping in contact. Multimedia presentations, we also help design PowerPoints and help our leaders as well as bar staff with that. So if you need help with PowerPoint, we do have someone on staff that can help you out in a pinch. Happy to help. And we help the bar staff. Years ago, somebody forwarded me a presentation and I realized that they were still using clip art from '98 and I almost had a stroke. So I kind of forced them to start using a template and let me review so that we can all look as, professional as possible. And the content was good. It just needed, a little polishing. Informs email marketing. Some of you use third-party services, MailChimp, Constant Contact. But for those that use Informs, all of those mailings go through our office for review. Both Leroy and I look at all of those, both to just kind of have a final set of eyes to go through, but also just to make sure that we're following best practices. And something that we grapple with a lot is that. Little side note. Okay, so when the mailings go out, if all of your information is on an image and that person's email service blocks images, they're not going to open it. They're also not going to unblock images. So they're never going to see the content of your email. So what I ask for sections and for staff to do is to ask for a graphic banner then put all of the content that's important in text. And then that way it doesn't matter what email service they're using, the end user, they're at least going to get part of the information. If it's all on a quote unquote flyer or graphic, it's going to be blocked by spam, or they're not going to get it because they're not going to unblock the images. So that's a request I'm asking as a best practices is don't ask for the square graphic, ask for a banner, and then get the information in the text of the email. The other thing that's a personal mission of mine is to make sure that we're not putting QR codes in emails or social media banners. Think of this, we're in the real world, and we want to get somebody to the digital world, which is another planet. That's what the QR code is for, from in-person to digital. If you're already in a digital space, you already have a link in there. They can click the link. If you put a QR code, that means that they have to get their laptop, take a picture with their phone to get to a link that they could have just clicked on in the mailing. So I'm begging everyone to not put QR codes in digital products because they're already in that universe. They don't need to go anywhere. Okay, those are my side rants, by the way. We reviewed 1,200 emails last year, and we expect more this year. But our open rate is insane. So we do encourage you, use Informs, use your mailing list, because it is very effective, as you'll see in some of our future things. But so we also are a liaison for Voluntary Bar. We work on the Voluntary Bar Leaders Conference. But I wanted to get you to the bar news. So this is our primary information vehicle. If you have something you want to launch, if you have a program that you want to promote, your first call should be or email to Mark Killian at the Bar News. Get him to write an article, because then that article goes on our social media and then we share it to our other social media. So you're already getting so much promotion just by that one step. They get an incredible amount of views, but their email open rate is 60%. The industry standard is 20. So we are getting, with each one of those emails, you're getting 64,000 viewers of that email. So, and we're not going to, pretend that it's necessarily the excitement of the content, because we know that the most things that are going to get clicked on that email are obituaries, news and notes, and discipline items, because lawyers love gossip. They want to know who got a new job, who died, and who got disbarred. So, and we know that's why they open the email. But if your content is there, we can put you right in between. So, hold on. And then we've got the Bar Journal, which y'all know about, obviously. Incredible scholarly publication. It is so well renowned. We've got 20 years, probably 25 years of digitized articles from there that are used as resources and citations across the world. So, if you have an issue that really needs to be examined and educate our members or educate the country about, reach out to Journal, get on their editorial calendar. It's usually about 2 months out. So think ahead and get that on your calendars. But once again, incredible publication. So that's just kind of a taste of all the different things we do, and I'm happy to answer questions.
I had a question. You mentioned for people who are new to social media that you guys are available. What kind of resources do you offer? Because we have a few different people who work on our social media accounts.
What we can do is Josie can talk to you about best practices on how often to post, what tools are available to schedule postings so that you don't have to dedicate that much time. Spend a half an hour on Monday and schedule out 3 posts on Facebook and a couple on LinkedIn. Talk to you about the different platforms and what audiences. I think for sections, LinkedIn is probably a lot of sections' best opportunity, because what we are seeing from the bar side is that attorneys are really trying to separate their professional and personal, and are becoming a lot more active on LinkedIn to provide kind of that separation a little bit. So we're seeing more growth on LinkedIn than any of the other platforms. But we can talk through best practices and just kind of the tools that are available at a variety of budgets, walk through how to use Canva, for graphics if you don't have someone making those for you. But just to kind of get you started, with an editorial calendar, talk about examples of evergreen content that you could build in so that you're never kind of behind on content. But it's very frustrating when we look, because we're monitoring all of the things to see what information we can share, to see when a section or a committee hasn't posted in 6 months. And we're just like, if you give us a heads up, we can even help you, get some of that stuff posted. But y'all have so much going on and so much good content that we would love to help you kind of get that editorial calendar built and get you planned out.
Thank you. And then once we do post, do you recommend that the section tags the Florida Bar?
If it's something that you think that it would be appropriate for us to share, tag us, we will see it. We can't, our practice is not to promote CLEs from sections that have dollar amounts associated with it, because then we feel like we'd have to do everybody's or nobody's. It was kind of that call. If it's free content, we'll go ahead and we'll share it. But once again, if you have an article on the Bar News, we auto share all of their content. So that's a way to kind of get there for some of those events. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm the incoming chair of the International Law section, and we've been having issues with the website that we've been raising with the Florida Bar for over 3 years, because a lot of our members travel abroad regularly, and the website cannot be accessed from abroad. We also are responsible for managing or assessing the applications for the foreign legal consultants. A lot of them are trying to apply from abroad, and they cannot access the application because the application is done through the Florida Bar website. Is this something that's on your radar? Is this something that has a fix? What can we do about it?
So because of the size of our bar and the size of the website, we are under constant attack. Phishing, hackers, all of that kind of stuff. So we've really had to make it as strict as possible. I'm not in charge of IT, but I can tell you that it's an issue that we have. I know that IT can clear specific ISP, IP addresses to get specific thing done, but.
Yeah, that's really the best solution, is that if you are specifically working, so you have a fixed IP address in a European area, you can request us and we can clear that one IP address, but we are not going to be able to open up the portal or the website to that type of traffic. It just gets bombarded, and we're constantly under, interruption of service. And so here I'm putting the 100,000 members we have stateside not being able to get to that information. So until we can figure out a better security approach, which is a global problem.
Now, Marcy, for their specific international law section website, is it possible that that website could get cleared because it's not transactional? You don't? Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay, good.
But if someone wants to apply, even a foreign legal consultant, they have to do it for the Florida Bar, they can't go through our website.
Okay.
Yeah, the form has to be taken in off of our portal. So again, we would need to clear their IP address.
I would never want to put everyone else here at risk, but every other bar association, like the New York Bar, International Bar Association, the ABA, I think all of them are accessible from abroad. And we're Florida, we're the greatest, right? Why can't we have a say?
Well, that's not what we hear from our peers at those levels, but if you think that's the case, then I'd be more than willing to discuss it and have our chief information officer talk to those people to figure out what magic pill they managed to implement, but we don't have that luck.
I had a couple questions, actually. One of the concerns I hear from our members are, I'm not getting your email blast, I'm not getting the section communications. So are there any suggestions you have where we can resolve that with our members by having them add an email domain or something like that? And then secondly, Are you able to share with the specific sections the email open statistics? You mentioned that before. I don't know if you keep track of that. I think that would be super helpful for us in terms of the readership. And then I had another question. Maybe we can talk after this. Do you handle the podcast? Because we are looking to implement one with the workers' comp section, and I just wanted to kind of go over that process with whoever was going to be addressing that today.
We have a podcast policy that I can email you that kind of lays out what you need to do to kind of get approval from the bar. I don't specifically implement those, but we can talk to our office systems staff that does podcasts for our internal bar associations and talk or bar programs and see what the plan is, what you guys need, all of that. Because not that this helps because most people aren't in Tallahassee, but we do have a podcast studio and a green screen studio. So if you need help, we can do that. But they also do the editing and posting through a podcast service. So I can give you more detail on that. We can share the email open rates. I can look on them forums and get that for anybody. If you email me, I'll screenshot yours and send it back to you. But I did have, we can even look and see, we know Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the best days. We know it's, between usually 9 and 11 and then 3 and 5, all of those kind of things. So try not to blast things out first thing Monday or Friday afternoon. For the getting the emails, all of the different services have different challenges on getting through spam filters. The only thing that we can do is make sure that your members have the incoming address cleared in their contacts. We also encourage people in law firms to contact their IT departments and make sure that floridabar.org emails are cleared through their firewalls and spam filters, because a lot of times we'll run into issues, especially with Miami-Dade County, I know, has a lot of issues with getting those employees getting our emails. So sometimes it's an IT problem internally that we don't have control over, unfortunately. But if there are specific members or anything like that, let us know, and we'll try to see if on the back end we can see if sometimes they have unsubscribed to another email and it unsubscribed them from every bar email, and we can check that on the back end and make sure that individuals are clear to go.
About Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think 9 to 11 and 3 to 5. So if we're as a section send a email blast to you, are you making the decision to send it during that time, or do we have to instruct you to do that?
Usually, Leroy and I will get the draft email, and they'll ask us, is this date okay, or this time frame, and then we okay it. So usually it's a conversation between the staff. If they're like, we need to get this out in 2 hours, I'm like, knock yourself. Sometimes it just doesn't matter. It's urgent and it needs to get out. But if I notice that they're trying to send it 5 o'clock on Friday, I will be like, or it's a holiday, or, I know that there's going to be nobody in the office, then, if you can not send emails next week, July 4th, try not to. Nobody's going to be there. And summer's difficult, all of those kind of things. So, and if I know that a bar-wide email is going out, I will let that staff person know and just be like, I don't want it to get muddied with these other mailings if you can wait till the next day. So. I can't believe I didn't go over my time. That's crazy. Any other questions? Well, and my email is super easy. It's jdavis@floridabar.org. If you have any questions, follow up, or need us help with anything, please just let us know.
Thank you, Jennifer. And we're going to have Maria McCorkle is going to talk to us in a good segue. She's going to talk to us about local bar outreach, AI, and also social media tips for you.
Special thank you to Lori, who's the real MVP of my presentation. So allow me to begin by first saying how cool it is to be up here, because if you would have told me in 2015, when I graduated law school, that one day I would be here giving this presentation, I would have told you that's highly unlikely. I was a first-generation college graduate, first-generation lawyer. And so to be up here today should be a testament that the Florida Bar truly stands for opportunities, even for some former surfer girl from Brevard County for it. The reason I start off with this is that if anyone could tell me how long you think you will be interacting, what portion of your adult life is spent around lawyers? Okay, I've given up already. It's going to be almost 18 to 20% of your adult life, meaning the life that we were waiting for when we were kids, will be around lawyers. If you're going to make that investment in your adult life to spend almost a quarter of it when you could be calling bingo, running half marathons, refinishing furniture, I'm just listing my hobbies at this point, and instead you choose to be at the Florida Bar Convention. You choose to be involved with the sections of the Florida Bar. Not only does that show the importance of being on the Council of Sections, it also shows the importance about why connecting with your voluntary bars is equally important. These are the lawyers that are in your neighborhoods. These are the lawyers that you see at pickup for school. These are the lawyers that if a friend calls and says, hypothetically speaking, suppose a squirrel, and then gives you a ridiculous insurance issue, you're probably going to go to who you know locally for it. For many attorneys as well, the local voluntary bar is going to be their first foray into doing something other than seeing attorneys and judges inside the courtroom or beyond the written words of their pleadings for it. The reason why, beyond our own individual experiences, that it is so important that we do make a meaningful investment of our time as attorneys is because our profession is one of the oldest professions and is one of the only professions that has developed along society. So in case you wanted the history lesson that nobody asked for, you can go back to proto-lawyers as early as 2000 BC. I'm sure we all remember from 9th grade the Code of Hammurabi, the earliest lawyers. Lawyers had been around, and in many respects, lawyers had been responsible for the development of complex society. Instead of sticks and arrows, we solved things by saying, hey, let's ask these really, really cool people to have a whole conversation with a bunch of fancy words. And it's been working for roughly 4,500 years. So when you take those two things together, 4,500 years of essentially ensuring that society progresses and moves forward, at the same time, individually, 20% of your life being spent with these people, I mean, that's proof evident presumption great that it's a good idea to invest your time in getting to know your fellow attorneys and getting to know the Florida Bar. So today, I'm going to talk to you about the intersection of all these things. I would like to first note, and to assuage any concerns, everything I say has absolutely nothing to do with the practice of law. It in no way constitutes legal advice. And for the bar leadership over there, everything I'm saying, you need to refer to Ethics Advisory 24-1 that came out on the committee, as well as reviewing, for example, the ABA Model Rules of Court or the other entities to see for it. I am not here to talk to you about ChatGPT giving you hallucinatory cases. I'm not here to talk about ChatGPT in that context. I am not here to tell you to advocate one way or the other. But what I am here to talk to you today about is that it's here. AI is here. In fact, for those of you who are unfortunately have accepted a Facebook friend request from me, there was an article today about talking about the rise of artificial intelligence as both judge and jury, and that it's just a matter of time before people will say, well, why not make the judge AI? Why not make the jury AI? Which is scary considering the joke from Back to the Future 2 was, haha, it was 15 minutes because they got rid of all the lawyers, and now there's some legal theorists and at the intersection of AI who are talking about it actually getting into the courtrooms in a capacity. My purpose here is to not scare you, nor to tell you, oh, Skynet. My point is today is to make this a conversation, so that way you know these things exist, to know that they are at least at the present point, not scary. They're not coming for you. Can they be used for evil things? Sure, a lot of things can be, but for the strict, limited purpose of having fun and asking it questions like, how long have lawyers been in society? This is what I'm talking about today for it. So, This is why we want to also have it, is that we want to be able to find efficient ways to expand our professional reach, especially for my private practitioners. Your network is your net worth. At least that's what I see on Instagram quotes when I follow these people who are like, follow me to build a $1 billion portfolio or whatever. Your network is your net worth. Well, these are some tools that we can use to do that. The other thing that I find it extremely helpful for is finding efficiencies in my communication. Lawyers are voluble. Some might even say loquacious. A majority of people do not like that. Ask me how I know. I'm great at parties. My brother got married, and my first thing was, hi, I'm Maria, attorney at law. It went downhill from there. The point of it is that what we do and how we talk to each other is not the vernacular. So the idea is that if I have something I want to express, for example, I'm thinking I want to reach out to a voluntary bar that's in world famous Daytona Beach. I'm not from the area. I can ask, a search engine's interesting because when you do the search engine, you get a bunch of random links. If you go to something like ChatGPT, for example, asking it a publicly available question. Again, let me emphasize, anything I suggest is nothing that involves personal identifying information, and it's not anything that you would not be able to find if you were to go to daytona.state.gov, for example, to look up this information. What things like ChatGPT do, they're large language models. They read. All they do, they sit there all day, and it's like The Matrix with Neo, and some of you are too young for that movie. And he gets an Ethernet cable into his head, and he downloads Kung Fu. And that's essentially what ChatGPT does. Imagine that you were to have a matrix of all the information that's on websites, Wikipedia, Reddit forums, all of it. And you go in there and you basically ask it, hey, can you essentially take this query that I have and give me a digested response? And that's what it does. You can ask it to give you a tone. An example, my 14-year-old has made the tragic life decision to take algebra over the summer. This is a tragedy for many people in our family, including myself, who is a lawyer and not a mathematician. When I tell you, my son is learning radicals, and I'm not talking about like the political kind that everybody talks about, I'm talking about that square root thing. I asked ChatGPT, can you explain this to me like I'm 5? ChatGPT generated a result for me, and it generated a result with rainbows. Do you know what distribution is now? Distribution is now the happy rainbow model. And it shows you the rainbow, we distribute the 2 to everything in the parentheses. My son was not amused because he's 14 and he was like, bruh. But for me, I was amazed by it because it took a complex subject and allowed me to digest it in a way that I understood. On top of that, once you begin that conversation, for example, and it is a conversation, it is a conversational tone, I said, can you develop 5 problems that are in varying intensity at an increase of 10% intensity? It did, with the proofs for it. Again, this is algebra, public information. But that's the point of this large language model that you can use. So back to the example, if you're looking for connecting to world famous Daytona Beach, instead of trying to figure out which Volusia County voluntary bar you're looking at, and there are several of us, what it would do is it would give you an answer as if you were talking to another person. Well, Daytona is home to at least 4 voluntary bar associations. They include the Volusia County Bar Association. Here's their website. The Volusia Flagler Association of Women Lawyers. What? Me? Yes. The West Volusia Association of Women Lawyers, our Inns of Court, our defense trial attorneys, and it would have it for you in a paragraph. It's a much more efficient way for you to read information than it is scrolling through Google, which we know is actually at the subject at this point of having inappropriately promoted website links. That's one of the issues that they're actually dealing with in the EU right now. My international law section people are like, I hope I said that correctly. ChatGPT is not beholden to that yet. And I will put that caveat, this is all an emerging technology. So that's my little spiel on it. So then let's talk about where it intersects with social media and the rise of AI and the data-driven decisions. Again, do you think I know enough math to tell you how much time you would spend as a lawyer as an adult? Absolutely not. The extent of my math knowledge, well, now algebra, is calling bingo. So the fact that I'm able to give you these percentages is because I talked to ChatGPT and said, how much of my time am I going to be around these people? And it gave me an answer. The reason why you'll want to do this is that when you're talking to your voluntary bars, when you're talking to your sections, it is helpful to give metrics, to give numbers. One of the big things that I have learned about through talking to ChatGPT and having that conversation is the epidemic of loneliness that we have in our profession. It is certainly no secrets that lawyers struggle. When you are able to say, we're going to do a mental health or a mental health CLE, for example, or the importance of ethics, it's a little bit more powerful if you're able to put in a paragraph talking about how much ethics violation costs attorneys, because the pocket has power. So instead of saying we have an ethics required CLE, you can say, look, not really understanding ethics has serious legitimate consequences in the form of time, in the form of money, the things that people care about. You're able to get those, and you can do in your prompts to ask and say, please give me the links, and it will give you links. You don't want Wikipedia, you can say, please don't include Wikipedia, though Wikipedia does have good links at the bottom, as I've learned. So let's talk really briefly about the Voluntary Bar Liaison Committee and your voluntary bars. There's over 300 of them. How can you not make friends in any of them? I say this with the caveat that I am a Voluntary Bar Liaison Committee member. I have biases everywhere in the sense that I'm also a government lawyer, so I'm just jack of all trades here. But when you look at this, is that one of the big things is that we need pro bono. We need to support our legal profession for it. I was very honored to sit on the special committee a couple years ago on the pro bono efforts and the low bono efforts for it with the Florida Bar. And at the end of the day, we're all doing wonderful things, but we're all doing different things together. We need to do them collectively. We need to be able to know. So I'll give you an example. If you're in a section and you want to do a CLE or you want to talk about pro bono efforts for the Volusia County Bar Association, you can contact me. You can come up to me. I will happily schedule you in. For many of you, you know how hard it is to get specific CLEs for your entity, especially if you're in a small bar. When you're in a small bar, it's the same 5 people giving CLEs over and over, and it would be nice to have someone else do it because nobody wants to hear Maria talk about the legislature again and again and again. But I have a great CLE on writs, so if anyone's interested. But the moral of the story is that they need you just as much as you need them. And so one of the big things that we've talked about over the last couple of years is that how do we operate together? And who remembers Venn diagrams? This is my Venn diagram, right? We are a Venn diagram. At the center of that Venn diagram is service to the community, service to the profession, and getting our CLEs and making new friends. Your sections are your statewide connection and an official part of the Florida Bar. Your voluntary bars are your local connections and your ability to take what you learn from the Florida Bar and bring it to your local community. And that is how that works. We need leadership, and both ways offer parallel complementing paths for it. So these are some really great words that if you want some things, my significant other is an industrial organizational psychologist, and he's like, big words with lots of colors. Here are your big words with lots of colors. Again, the key takeaways here are going to be when you're writing your communications, you can personalize it through the efficient use of AI. Hey, does this sound nice? Dear Maria, you spoke a lot at the Florida Bar, and then you said I could contact you. Is this cool? Does this sound professional? And then it will say, well, how about you try this? Dear Maria, please stop. Like, that's what I'm saying, is that you can have that whole conversation with it. The other thing that you can do is you can look at areas and say, hey, what are some big topics that have been in this area lately? Maybe you're in an area that has an appellate court or has a new courthouse. Okay, can we tie this in with these events for it? There's a lot of great information out there. The Florida Bar does a tremendous job in making sure that you get that information. But when it's 7 o'clock at night and your brain's already melted because there's only so much Rule 9.310, the appellate rules that you can take, asking ChatGPT, hey, what happened in Florida today? Hey, what's the big news that what the Florida Bar did today, and it will give you the citations to the Florida Bar. They have the web links, the traffic, but you can ask it in a conversational way for it. So with that being said, here are the practical AI tools that you can use. And again, Non-identifiable personal information. Please remember that these are business records of the entities. The contracts state they are business records. There is no confidentiality. Please comply with the rules of the Florida Bar. Okay. We're all cool? Okay. Large language models. I use ChatGPT. My developer friends who are with Microsoft and are really smart, they use ChatGPT. Do they use it to fix their codes? Absolutely. The liars. Don't let them tell you they're building it. They're absolutely not. But you can also use it to run a draft by you. Do you have a speech coming up? Hey, great opportunity. Do you have a presentation that you have to give to the Council of Sections on the intersection of AI that you have to put together? This presentation was written by AI, as edited by me. Not bad for, 5 minutes, right? I edited it. It gave me like an outline and I built the rest, just to be clear. But this is one of the things that you'll want to do. You can even ask, as they were talking about social media optimization, this is a great way to say, hey, when I'm looking at social media, did you know Ronaldo has 163 million Facebook followers? He has 658 million Instagram. The Kardashians have over 1 billion Instagram. How that's happened, I don't know, but it has. I've asked ChatGPT before, when do the Kardashians tend to post? And it's given me answers. It says, well, they tend to post. They give you the pattern on when they post, and they give an estimation on what they think the impact is. Am I going to reach 1 billion? I hope not. That's too much pressure. I mean, I'll take it, though, if it happens. But the important thing is that this is a way to get that additional information in a conversational, and I have to emphasize this, in a non-threatening manner. This is not going to be somebody who's going to say, why are you asking these questions? It's literally going to come back like you're texting your bestie circa 2003 with the LOL, of course, spam, here's your answer. So here are your cross-promotion strategies for it. Again, the Florida Bar is a wealth of resources. If they weren't, they wouldn't be up here telling you about all the great work that they do and bringing the receipts, as my teenagers like to say. So as you can see, is that you want to partner with them and connect with other sections too. Connect with the government lawyers section, please. Tag people. Tagging's also great. Do you know what people love? Actually, here, really quickly, because I'm already over time, because you can tell. The movie with Keanu Reeves, and he's the attorney from Gainesville, and he's representing the devil. What was that? The devil's advocate. What does he say at the end? Vanity, my favorite sin. What does that tell us? I love it when you tag me in a photo on Facebook. Please tag me so that way I can share it with all my friends. When you are making connections with people, highlight the people in your section. Highlight your district reps. Highlight your secretary. Highlight the person that just walked in and came to your reception once. Hey, this guy showed up and we think he's great. And cool, thank you. I mean, and your law firms like this too. Because remember, you tag the law firm, they're getting the clicks to see it too. You're seeing this on Instagram, you're seeing this on LinkedIn, you share it to stories, all those things. That's where that cross-pollination comes from. So your common concerns, AI ethics, you need to follow them, you need to follow them, you need to follow them. The next thing, data privacy. Do not use your members' private information. Third, time commitment, scheduling. Hey, one of the things that I've done before in my non-voluntary bar role is I've asked ChatGPT to develop a calendar for me for 2 weeks for planned post on a topic that I was doing. It was for bingo, but it is what it is. And ChatGPT gave me a 2-week schedule for social media on how to post about my upcoming bingo. It even gave me little posts. Hey, don't forget, bingo's gonna be there. And it gave me some really great, I've been calling bingo since I was 18. I'm gonna be 40, so just let me have that moment. So that's one of the things you can use it for as well. And then finally, learning curve. Hey, what are some great prompts? So if you are going to be new to this, I like to say, help me generate, help me draft. If you have no idea where you're starting from, help me create. Help me develop. Because when you're doing that, you're telling the LLM that this is going to be collaborative and that they're going to explain what they're doing. If you tell them to generate something, they're just going to generate it. But if you're generally trying to understand the thought process behind the AI, that's going to be the way to do it for it. Finally, no amount of AI, no amount of Skynet, no amount of Schwarzenegger is going to overcome the fact that the human element is always going to be the most important thing. Say hello. Come say hello to me. Be willing to engage. Hey, if they come up and they said, hey, international law section, hey, administrative law section. By the way, shout out to administrative law. Their DOA Trial Academy, one of the best bar programs in the world. It's phenomenal. Support it. I love it. It was so great. I did it last year, most terrifying week of my life. But I tell everybody how great it is. But that's an example. I took myself to it as a birthday gift. That was my birthday gift to myself, was going to DOA Trial Academy. And it was awesome because I was willing to engage. So be willing to engage. These are the people you're spending 20% of your life with. Finally, to give you an example, I would like to give you what I created in about 2 minutes. Pretty cool to create a video in 2 minutes, including a gavel and statutory stuff. That's a Soldier Boy reference. Some of you got it. Some of you got it. And with that, if there are any questions, otherwise I will yield my time back to the chair, who's like, wow, that was certainly 20 minutes. Thank you for your time.
All right, we're going to get started again, and we're pleased to have Terry Hill come and rejoin us after speaking this morning. He's going to give you some tips on jointly sponsored CLEs and trends and how to make that work for you. Terry?
I'm not sure who scheduled me to go after Maria's amazing presentation, but I will be having a talk with them next week when I get back to the office. This presentation will not be anywhere near as entertaining as what Maria's presentation was, but I do want to share some information with you about jointly sponsored CLE and the efforts. Marcy, when she did her presentation earlier, and Judge Forrest, when he did his presentation, touched on some CLE aspects that will be on my slides that I'm going to kind of gloss over. I have about 10 minutes to kind of go through this, so I do want to make sure that Lori gets everyone the presentation or the slide deck so that you can kind of see the information that I include on here, as well as my contact information. With jointly sponsored CLE, again, as Marcy said, anyone can attend those, whether bar member, not bar member, other state bar member who's not a member of the Florida Bar, your section members, your non-section members, anyone can attend those, and they pay a section differential price. There was a section member price and a non-section member price for those, unlike section sponsored and section service, which are limited to more of a narrow audience. I'm not going to talk about the CLE admin charge. Marcy talked about that. Just be mindful that the CLE admin charge is to CLE, what the section management fee is to section budget. When you're doing jointly sponsored programming, it's just a cost of doing business. Marcy talked about the revenue share of the 80%, 20%, 80% of the net proceeds from the section goes to the section. Only 20% of the net proceeds is retained within the Florida Bar. Keep in mind, if it's a jointly sponsored program and you're running sponsorship and exhibit booths, generally those two would be attributed to that event because it's a jointly sponsored program, so that those would go into that jointly sponsored. The bar would end up getting a 20% share of the net proceeds, including that sponsorship revenue. So what some sections do, if they have an event that generates a lot of sponsorship revenue, they end up doing that as a section sponsored program instead of a section service program. Just be mindful of that. Revenue, did I skip a slide now? The state of Florida Bar CLE, including which is section CLE, is very strong. These numbers as of May 31, so 11 months out of the fiscal year, $4.4 million in total revenue, which was up over $4.3 million last year. So revenue is up for jointly sponsored CLE programming. Expenses are down, $1.47 million in expenses for that same time period compared to $1.48 million last year. So revenue's up, expenses are down. The most important part to all of you probably is the profitability. $2.94 million in total net income through the end of May compared to $2.84 million last year. And the single most important to you guys, $2.24 million in total profits to bar sections, up from $2.16 million last year. I frequently have conversations with sections, and it tends to be kind of some of the same sections year to year as their leadership has changed, is we can't make money with CLE. And I point to $2.24 million in profits from CLE. I've had a conversation with at least one section in the past year who I'm not sure is represented or not, will say, we can't, it's impossible for us to make money for CLE. We can't make money for CLE. And then I ask them, well, how many CLEs do you do? And we do all of our CLE for free. Well, if you're doing them for free, you ain't gonna make no money from CLE, you figured it out. So that's just kind of keep that in mind. But the key takeaway from this slide is revenue's up, expenses is down, profitability is up, and share not only the total income, but the total profit to sections is also up. CLE trends, most of you already know it because you're probably participating in yourself. Also, your sections are probably doing most of it. Is the online and on-demand CLE is what most people are consuming right now. Most everybody is consuming CLE through online, on-demand. There's still a need for in-person CLE. It still serves a purpose. Quite honestly, that's where we get most of our content. A lot of times is recording those in-person CLEs and making them available after the fact. But just be mindful that that bar members generally, and probably including you and most of your colleagues, consume most of their CLE from an online downloadable format. So just be mindful of that as you're planning and programming for CLE. Bar members also are purchasing a lot more what I call bite-sized CLE, about 1 hour, 60-minute, 90-minute, 120-minute, as opposed to full-day programs, especially if they're purchasing online and on demand. Who wants to sit in front of their computer or their laptop for 7 hours, 8 hours listening to a CLE? If you're driving to Boca from Tallahassee, probably a good idea. But if you're just in your office or probably not a good idea. Timely hot topics. Some sections have really done an effective job of doubling CLE revenue by just looking out for hot topics. There's a legislative policy change, an act change. There's a new trend in kind of law, especially a lot of AI-focused technology type stuff is really embracing those timely topics and putting together a 60, 90-minute program to market the programs. Some sections have made a lot of money just by doing that. One of the options we have too in our 24/7 on-demand catalog is bundling. Again, there's a few sections who have done some testing with this, and they'll do, buy one, get one free, or buy one, get one at a lower price, or buy 3 and get 1. And you can either, some of them we have set up where we select the bundle. If you buy this, you get this, or if you buy these 2, you get this. And others, we've let the section set the bundle to where the section has done it, or they've been able to do kind of an a la carte, buy 2, get a reduced price on the third. I would never do that with brand new programming that just hit the catalog, but if you have something that's a few months shy of expiring for course accreditation and hasn't had robust sales in a few months, there's not, you're probably gonna only have upside revenue from doing something like that toward the end. Coming soon, how many of us listen to Spotify? How are we big Spotify users in here? We are just a few months shy of the on-demand catalog, the 24/7 in-reach catalog, offering our programming through Spotify. Which we think is going to be huge and transformational for CLE, just because that's where people like to listen to consume the content. So the programming will be available on Spotify. One of the other things, Rob and I and a couple of others had breakfast with our representative from InReach this morning here at the hotel, and one of the things that's probably coming in the next 30 to 60 days is a change to the catalog, which will be only user-friendly. There won't be any downside to it, but bar members will notice it because currently when you search the 24/7 CLE catalog, you get a list of programs. It's going to be transitioning to more an Amazon-esque feature where you'll see tiles of the programs with images, pricing, course approval date, as opposed to that list. So it's going to be more accustomed to what people are used to in a shopping experience. So that is coming. We are also working to replace. Back before COVID, everybody really loved and appreciated the kind of the go-to webinar experience. But then everybody got so used to Zoom during and right after COVID that we're also going to be transitioning we're going to be kind of waving away from the go-to webinar experience and making sure all the 24/7 on-demand programming that we're recording live is through the Zoom, through the catalog. So that's going to be another improvement that we are looking to do. CLE marketing is key. Sections do a really good job of marketing their upcoming programming. They know they have an event coming up on July 21st or August 4th, and they will generally do a good job of getting 6 to 10 weeks ahead of time, getting their brochure ready in the spring so that it can be advertised in the bar news, it can be advertised online, it can be set up and marketed. But what generally happens is a section's event will happen, July 21st will come and that CLE happen, and now the section's looking on to the next event. They forget about that July 21st event that happened. Almost all of your profitability is going to come after that live event. So it's really important for sections to look at the live event happening as the start to marketing on demand. What most sections have historically done is they moved on to that August event or the October event, and now they're only looking forward to marketing that next event and forgetting to market the event with the Easy Cash, which is the already canned program that's available to members. So we ask you to incorporate and be mindful of that. Be mindful of timelines. You want to permit time for the marketing to work, both in the upcoming event, but also the event after it's happened. Rob Saravia, can you raise your hand? Actually, can you stand up? Rob's email address is also on the bottom of this slide, so when you guys get this slide deck, Rob is our marketing manager at the Florida Bar. His office is next door to mine. We have worked with a few different sections already to try to improve their CLE marketing with some targeted focus. There's another one that we have been talking with that we're really going to try. We really want for them to be able to say, wow, this really works. So we want to really kind of take the heavy lift off of them starting July 1, and for a period of 90 days, really do a concerted effort to market their CLE programming and focus on their CLE programming so they can show them how much money they can make off of CLE. And we think the easiest way to do that is for us to kind of take the bulk of the work and do the bulk of the work, and I say we, I mean Rob, to kind of push that forward. So just be mindful of those kinds of things. Market, with the site, think kind of cross-promotional, like Jennifer Krell Davis talked about some of this. Don't only advertise your seminar in the Paper Bar News. I'm glad Jennifer left the room. Who opens the Paper Bar News anymore? I don't. I don't open the Paper Bar News because by the time the Bar News is updated every day. So by the time I see something on the front page of the Bar News, I read about that 3 weeks ago on the online Bar News. I'm not reading that. So if the only place you're advertising, I'm not telling you not to spend advertising money on the Bar News. I'm just telling you don't have that be the only place that you're advertising. Embrace your own section, social media. Put it on your section website and link to the Florida Bar registration page. One of the Reptile does and Carrie writes in the back, Reptile does one of the best things that I've seen any of the section do. Every Tuesday, they have an email that goes out to their sections members that says Tuesday. And it's their Tuesday campaign to market their on-demand CLE programming that's already out there. They've already spent the money to create, and now it's just out there. So they do this Tuesday email to their members to promote their CLE programming. Just be mindful of that. Rob's big stickler is if you're doing your communications yourself through your administrators, that's wonderful. Just remember, if people have to look at it for more than about 15 seconds, they're probably scrolling on to the next email. So if they open up the email and they see 1,000 words, they're probably not going to register for the seminar. Just be mindful of that. This is we're getting toward the end here. The one thing I think that we have done for 10 years, we've been really working on increasing our market share for CLE. The Florida Bar is the largest single provider of CLE for all CLE provided to the Florida Bar members, and that Florida Bar members report back to the Florida Bar. 441,000 total hours reported by Florida Bar members last year. 41.3% of those were Florida Bar CLE, meaning Florida Bar Section, Florida Bar Committee, Florida Bar CLE. The next closest competitor to us is at 7%. So there's a 34% spread between us and the next closest competitor. So I really like thinking of ourselves as, we're CLE by the bar and for the bar. And when I say CLE by the bar and for the bar, that's you guys. The sections do 90% of all the CLE delivered to Florida Bar members through the Florida Bar. And there were excellent quality CLE at a competitive price. If you go out there to some of the other, unless it's one of the consume all your 30 hours of CLE for $95, that's different. We don't, those are usually not state specific. We don't consider them the same quality as the programming that you guys do on. But if you're comparing your CLE pricing to Lexus or West Education or ABA, we're very competitive pricing with regard to that. And thank you, that's what I have here. I'll make sure you guys get this slide deck so that it has my contact information. More importantly, it has Rob Sarabia's contact information. And we're both happy to help you and collaborate. If you want to schedule a Zoom with us to kind of talk about what we could do to help market your CLE programming, we'd be happy to do that. I hope I don't have anybody saying it, but we've had good conversations with Christy and Anna from ILS, and we're going to really try to really step up the game and really kind of be a test case scenario for them that we can show that this really works. And one of the conversations we've had with them that we've had with other sections is sometimes we look at the little picture of we have to sell 9 in order to break a profit. Well, and my response is, well, let's not sell 9. Let's sell 99 or 109 or 199. And so that having to sell 9 doesn't get stuck with us. That's what I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jerry. Now it's my pleasure to have us joined by some of our section administrators. If you guys can come up and sit down at the end of the table there, and we'll get some microphones. We're going to do a little interactive, I hope, at least it's interactive, round table where we're going to take questions from the audience in regard to what program administrators do and some tips and how to maximize your effectiveness of your section. I don't know, is there stairs over there? Stairs all the way on this side. So we've got Whitney Bledsoe and Amy Walker and Gabrielle Hermisman, right? Didn't look down. We could get another microphone or two. So welcome, ladies. Thank you for joining us. And I know you're all busy during the bar convention and spending a little bit of time with us. I think it's very important to kind of get your perspective here. So what I'd like to start with is if each of you can give us kind of like just a little bit of perspective, kind of a day in the life of a program administrator, what you do day by day, so that the audience can get an understanding of how you spend your day and service these sections, please.
Yeah, I can go. Can you all hear me very well? Yeah. Hey. So it depends on the day for me, and it depends on what exactly I'm working on. So if I have a CLE that's in person, that will change my day-to-day. Then if I have a meeting or if I have a conference coming up, and then there's also virtual CLEs. So in general, my day-to-day is a lot of emailing, a lot of communications with section members, not only my executive council leadership, but also general membership will reach out as well. It's a lot of planning with hotels. We put together a lot of paperwork stuff as well for the CLEs, meetings. We answer phone calls when members have random questions about things as well. We lean on each other as well because there are a lot of things that Amy or Whitney might work on that I don't generally work on a lot or that Rob will help with. And so we'll have to ask each other and get some advice from each other. So.
Gabrielle, why don't you formally introduce yourself and your sections? I should ask you to do that, who you cover.
I'm Gabrielle Hermisman. I work with Sullivan Small Firm, City, County, and Local, Animal Law, and the Aviation Law Committee.
I'm Amy Walker. I have Appellate Section, Labor and Employment Law Section, and Corporate Committee or Corporate Counsel Committee. And I would just mimic exactly what Gabby says. I would say in addition, a lot of taking what our section members, especially our CLE committees, are wanting to do or plan, and then speaking to all the different departments, at the Florida Bar. So kind of being the liaison to talking to accounting to set things up there, or office systems, or print shop, or getting a CLE accredited. So lots of back and forth, really almost every day, to set up CLEs or whether in person or webinar. What do you have to add?
Sorry. So I am the program administrator for the International Law section and for the Entertainment, Arts, and Sports Law section and the Senior Lawyers Committee. My name is Whitney Jobson. I didn't say that at the start. And I would say that you guys summed it up pretty good. Definitely a lot of working with the various departments at the Florida Bar to handle the program administrator or the section activities, I should say. Like we work a lot with accounting and finance for like purchase orders, vendor payments, things like that. So a lot of like paperwork packets and going through different departments to get signatures and approvals and stuff like that. So that can sometimes be timely or take a lot of time. And then as Gabrielle said, like virtual CLEs, and so that can definitely dictate how the day goes as far as like emails and stuff like that. So I would say definitely like at the first part of the day, I try to focus on emails. There's definitely lots of communications with section chairs, section board, and the membership at large with the section. And of course, the traveling to the in-person CLEs, definitely all of the planning with the traveling. We have to submit paperwork for that as well. So there's a lot of paperwork involved. So I'm probably missing some things, but that's the general.
Leroy, you had a comment or question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. As the director of the Professional Development Department, I manage all of the program administrators. And I can just say, on average, we're averaging per calendar year about 2,000 financial actions every year. That's from you all. And when I say financial actions, I'm speaking in terms of purchase orders, contracts, vouchers, budget amendments, and journal entries. So if you want to pay or support a function of, say, the Young Lawyers Division, $1,000 for something, that's a journal entry is going from one division to another section. So that also requires some type of financial actions. So out of those average of 2,000 financial actions every year, I just want one of the administrators to try to walk you through what does a regular purchase order look like in terms of getting estimates. You know, you may want something, but there are bar policies where we have to have 3 estimates. If we don't, we have to explain why we didn't get the 3 estimates. So there's a myriad of things that the administrator have to walk through, to go through, if you will, just to send a completed purchase order to my office, and from my office to Director Hill's office, and eventually to Marcy's office. So if I can just get one of the administrators just kind of walk you through the process in terms of processing purchase order.
Whitney, what would you have to do if you needed to buy swag to give away at your executive committee meeting next week?
That is a great question. Depends on the swag. So first, you'd have to do some research. Ideally, you want to get 3 bids from 3 different vendors. So that's 3 different companies. A bid is, you probably know what a bid is, but if I need 500 items of phone cases that say solo and small firm section, then I would get the prices from at least 3 different companies and compare them. At that point, I would send it back to my section leadership, and I would ask them, this is the cheapest option, so this is likely what you're going to want to choose. Do you approve of this financial, over the financial obligation, so the total price? So that's going to include not only the price of the product, but if there's any shipping costs, if sometimes they charge you for a proofing, so they'll send you like a picture of what it'll look like, and they might charge you for that, they might not, depending on how much you're spending with them. And then I said shipping costs. Is there any other costs that you could think of with that? Any extra fees that would be along with it. And so you would send it back to your section. Okay, they want to go with Vistaprint. And Vistaprint is going to be $1,000, and that's all inclusive everything. And they send back, I approve. So then at that point, you go through to Vistaprint. You have either the screenshot of what it's going to cost. If you can get a quote from them, that'd be amazing. And that's me, or us, I should say. We would get that. And then we would also get their W-9, so their tax form. So once you have those 3 documents, and you have it in your budget, which is very important, then you can I can fill out, keep saying you don't do it, we do it. We do the purchase order. So we fill out the account string that'll be under in your budgets. We fill out what exactly we're purchasing, and then we attach that all with the documentation. And there's also another form that we have on top of that that includes all the other bids, and then we attach all the bids as well. So once we get that whole entire document completed, we put our signature on it with the approval from our section, the quote from the people that we're working with, plus the 2 other bids, plus their W-9, and that purchase order I'll call it the cover sheet. Then we submit it, and we submit it through to Leroy. Leroy then submits it through to finance, depending on the price. It might end up going to Terry as well if it hits a certain price bracket. It might even go to the executive director if it hits a certain price bracket. It might go to Marcy. It just depends on, you know, where the price is going to be at. And then that is for multiple bids. There's also, segue really quick, single source, which if you have an exact product, which we don't prefer, but if there's certain circumstances where we can only work with one company that only does one item for some reason, then we do a single source. But that approval process is different because it goes to Leroy and it has to go through Marcy's office. And Marcy is a busy woman, so sometimes it can take a little bit longer. So we prefer to get bids because it's way quicker.
Thank you, Gabrielle. And I'm a sticker for this paperwork process because I know Marcy is too. You heard a lot of things. First thing I'm looking for 3 estimates. If I see 3 estimates, if you didn't choose the lowest estimate, we kind of want to know why. I know it's the section's money, but just tell us why you want to go with this one is $5,000 more than this one. It only makes sense. We're trying to be great stewards of taxpayer dollars, or in this case, section dollars. So you probably want to know why, but for the most part, you're good at going with the lowest bidder. If it's a single source, again, we want the administrators to let you know that, look, I didn't do a competitive pricing. Here's why. Do you approve? Once we see that, okay, now it's okay to use it. Take it as a single source. And from there, it goes straight to Marcy's office because we cannot approve anything without her review and approval for single source financial transactions. Also, you heard about the W-9. That means that we need a W-9 so we can get that vendor in the system. If not, that's going to put a pause on what you want because we have to make sure we have the W-9 so what? We can send them a 1099. At the end of the year. So that W-9 is critical. If it's one already on file for the fiscal year, that's a check mark. But that's something else that we also look into. So a lot goes into that. And if it's a contract or purchase order for a food, a restaurant, a venue, that's another thing that the administrators have to do. We're looking at the contract. It takes time. Going through the contract, going through the language, it may say that this contract is governed by the state of Texas. Well, we're in the state of Florida, so you send that back and ask the vendor to change that. Or just little language that they're using that, this vendor will not be responsible for any actions or any injury sustained during an event. Well, no, that's not good too. No, we would like to see language like if there are electrical lines like here on the floor, and if a member goes by and trips because it wasn't properly sealed down, really that's not the bar's responsibility, that's on the vendor. So I want to see language in the contract that says, hey, if the injury is a result of our negligence, we're good with that. If it's not a result of our negligence, then the vendor needs to take care of that. So those are things that we are looking for in those contracts. So we're looking at the contracts. You're dealing with a restaurant. So now we're looking at the ADA statement that the administrators have to bring or submit. If not, it's coming back to you all or back to the administrator. Why? Because we need to provide the services for you. You all are our customers. So we have to make sure that that vendor is ADA compliant. And if they are not, we're going to send it back to the chair and say, hey, this vendor is not ADA compliant. Do you approve? And if they approve, then we will move forward. So that's just some examples of some of the actions that we do in terms of a regular purchase order. I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
So do we have some questions from the audience? All right, so I got a question. All right, so I'm the chair of the XYZ section, and we're going to go out of town to Nashville next year. And I want to take a trip there to check out all of the facilities and the restaurants. So how do I get that approved?
Just a hypothetical.
That's a hypothetical, a total hypothetical.
Okay. So at that point, you'd have to look at the budget to make sure if there's room to do some sort of site visit, then it might be a possibility. But, I mean, it has to be focused. So there has to be some, I've never gone out of state to do a site visit, so I can't speak on that. There might be rules and stuff on that, I'm not sure. But I have done a site visit where it's been in Florida, and it was a new hotel, and it was easy to just drive down, look at the hotel, and drive back. So it didn't cost the section too much money. It was a rental car per diem on my part for the administrator. And so at that point, Marcy could probably, am I doing good?
Marcy's going to jump in.
Okay. Yeah, that was pretty much all I was going to say now.
There are standing board policies that talk about the fact that if your section is going to reimburse your members for travel, it has to be budgeted in advance.
Yeah, so out-of-state travel is a great thing that a lot of sections do. Some sections can afford it, some sections can't, but it is a budgetary process. It should be reasonable. I would recommend that you raise this multiple times in your meetings so that your membership's aware of what you're spending their money on, and make sure that you've got the appropriate buy-in for things of that nature, so that your members know where your money's going. Just like anything else that might be considered to be extravagant or extraordinary or something like that, make sure you get your members well aware of what the plan is. I mean, it's just the right thing to do. There's bar rules to deal with, but there's also the right thing to do. So there's a question back there.
Okay, and before I yield to the
sure, go ahead.
The section rep here, just in response to regarding budgets, the administrators are trained too. When you submit a contract or purchase order for something, now they have to identify what line item that money is coming from. So if it's AV, that could be somewhere, maybe a 5,000 series number. So they have to identify the line item. They have to make sure that you have the money on that line to make this come to fruition. So we'll say that it's for AV. And the amount is $8,000, but the line item is only $5,000. So you're $3,000 short for this event here. And there's no other money in that line. You're just $3,000 short. Now we heard a conversation tonight or today about budget amendments. Now that's going to require some type of budget amendment to shore up that $5,000 to get it to $8,000. So now that take a different route. I won't really bore you with that, but now we're in the budget amendment area, and before you do that budget amendment, read your bylaws to make sure that who has the authority to approve those budget amendments. So it takes it down a totally different path in terms of budget amendments for an expense that you don't have enough money in that line item to procure right now.
Thank you. I have a question about keeping your section, especially the executive council, sort of organized. So when you're helping to prepare the budget, making sure they're getting all of their reports, do you have like files that you keep that they can get access to, or are you just sending them emails and then they keep the emails? The same for like meeting minutes and things like that. Do you all have files, contracts that we can get access to, or is it just it goes into an email and then we keep them ourselves?
I know I myself, I keep files, and within the Florida Bar, anybody can access those files within the Florida Bar. So if Whitney wanted to log into one of my sections and look up that contract, or, she needed to look at that for some reason, she could. As far as minutes go, I know in my section, we put those on our website for quite years and years and years. So you should be able to access them. I know that different sections are organized differently as far as minutes go. We don't have old contracts and things like that on our website. But as far as a program administrator, we have also a historical file. So we should be able to look back to what we did 10 years ago and bring up some of the contracts and files.
I'm just going to add on that. We do have, remind me the word, not retention, but...
Records retention.
Records retention, okay, good. We do have records retention, so we do keep our minutes permanent. So all of the minutes for the section we keep. So if someone, like a section member, like you're saying, wanted to access them, we do have permanent record of them. As far as contracts go, we keep them 5 years from their expiration date. So if it's past the 5 years of the expiration, then we likely don't have it.
Thank you. And I just want to comment on the records retention too. The bar is in the process of probably, it's within their strategic plan, probably a long-term strategic plan to purchase some type of database system to house a centralized records retention system. In the professional development department, we have just started building our own centralized records retention system where if there is a committee meeting or a section meeting, we're trying to kind of centralize all of those records since we oversee the 21 sections, the 2 divisions, and a myriad of committees. So anything that we are affiliated with, meaning the professional development department, we're trying to build a centralized system where we can not only keep the records, but whenever it's time to destroy, we're on schedule to destroy them as well. And I believe the bar just shifted for minutes from lifetime to, I believe, 15 years, I believe in terms of, I think it's 15 years. After 15 years, we can destroy certain minutes, but I'll double check before we leave to make sure that is accurate.
I want to talk for just a second, and I'm sure you're probably asking yourself, why is the CPA standing up talking about technology? Well, IT is one of the areas that is in my division that I'm responsible for. Have any of you ever been on a Florida Bar committee? A board committee or a committee where we have a portal page set up for that group behind the firewall, right behind the port login? We actually, our membership database and our e-based system has communities built in. So for reasonable sizes, which is not your entire section, but like let's say your executive council wanted to have a communal spot. Now, you cannot work on things collaboratively, that's not the same thing, but we can set up a community for your executive committee or executive council, if that's what you call your top group, where we could put your minutes, your program administrator could put certain things there for you. Again, it's not feasible to do it for the entire section membership, but for leadership to have a centrally located spot for things that are behind the member login, meaning they're not on the page that I talked about earlier, which is available to the public. But there is a way to do that. We just need to probably get a volunteer or two that want to help us set that up for somebody. And work through that with you. Again, if you've ever been on one of the bar's board committees, we have a committee page set up for each one of those, and we put our agenda and our agenda materials, and we put reference materials like things like the investment policy statement out there for the investment committee, or things like that if I wanted everybody to see something, I would send out an email and say, I've put something on this page for you, please go look at it. And they know that it's not for public consumption because it's not on the public side of the website, it's behind the member login. So there is some possibility to start building those kind of things out for those sections who are not using their own website for that kind of stuff, because you don't have a behind the wall login there. Some sections do, some sections don't. If you're a section that doesn't have something like that and you would be interested in one, I'm more than willing to talk to you and see if you're, once you know what all's involved, working through that.
Thank you, and I'll continue in a second. Yes, as I alluded to earlier, with respect to section and committee minutes and agendas, the policy has changed. It went from permanently, as stated earlier, to 15 years retention. So we no longer have to keep them forever. 15 years, we can destroy those minutes and agendas.
While you're walking the mic over, is there a question? Let me just make one comment related to the previous question. So always remember that you have a long history in these sections. I've been the chair of a couple of sections, and people will reach out to me and say, I saw, you guys address this issue, 10 years ago or whatever. it's come up again and things like that. Do you have any recollection of it or anything like? I'm a pack rat. I've got notes and stuff from when I was chair and even just a member of the executive council. So there's a lot of resources out there and a lot of institutional knowledge that might not be quite as formalized, but may be of benefit. So always think about those things as well. Good question over there.
Thank you, Leroy. So this question is for all my chair-elects out there. Are you aware of any resources that you can provide chair-elects about future anticipated upcoming dates where the chair is going to be asked to provide the Florida Bar with a report, or like, for example, when Marcy was talking about the budget, the deadline's in December, like some sort of high-level review of your upcoming year, once you transition into chair, here's some dates to keep in mind so that we can make sure that we're staying on top of whomever to ask for things in advance so it's not last minute trying to scramble.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'll let some of the administrators answer or someone else about the big bar and their deadlines. But in the administrative law section, we have a tradition of the chair passes along like a date list of things that have to be done on different times. It's just fantastic, okay? So if you don't have something like that that's passed along, a legacy document or a legacy guideline from one chair to the other, start it. It's a really handy thing to do. By this date, you should start thinking about committee appointments. By this date, you should start thinking about, it's really handy. So, ladies, you have comments?
Do you guys have any comments?
Are there schedules or documents?
I am not aware of a single document, but I know like my appellate section, definitely the chair passes on to the chair-elect, something like that. But as far as something produced by the big bar.
Well, the only thing I could think of is when we do go through budget season, and that's when we start getting into budget season, we do get a sheet that is from finance and accounting that has deadlines, and we share them with typically either executive committee, so chair, chair-elect, secretary, treasurer, or maybe just chair, depending on the section.
I will add that as a chair-elect about to be chair, what I've been doing over the past couple of years that I've been on the EC is I've been making a list myself of what's been different, because you have different chairs who handle things differently for it. So I've made my own list if that would be of interest, but some of the things when I formally take over tomorrow is we love Carly. She's wonderful. She's our administrator. And what we've been doing is I email her a lot. And I basically ask for what's coming up in 2 to 3 months. So we start our budget process. We're a year ahead in the sense that we're working on the upcoming chair-elect's year when we're doing the budget now. Like, that's what we've been talking about for the past couple months. But the other things as well is that because of the legislature, we also count back from the requirements for the Board of Governors to issue policies. We know that there's going to be a count back from the Council of Sections meetings, which are going to be quarterly. And essentially, I've just created a Word document that has if this, then that events, because the dates change, but the events themselves don't. So we will start talking about annual 2026 in July, because I know every year there's going to be it. So my plan, if I can call it that, is I have dates, or I have events, regardless of what the dates are, I have the events, and then I do a count back of 3, 6, 9, and 12 months from those events, and what needs to be done in those. And that's been helpful for me for keeping people on task, and especially when it comes to editorial guidelines. For example, if you want something in the Florida Bar News, I think, okay, we want to do a write-up of this person for this award. We have to count back 6 weeks, and then I usually add another 4 weeks on top of that, just because life happens. But if that's of interest, once I have it formally approved, I'd be happy to share it with you if you're interested, because I go by bar events and not dates, because dates change every year.
One of the
things that we do in the workers' comp section, we did this last year and we're going to be doing it effective July 1st, is we just have a standing meeting once a month with our executive committee, so our officers and a couple other attorneys and our administrator. And so we put that event on the calendar from July 1st through June of next year. So everybody's aware of it. We'll meet for 30 minutes to discuss upcoming events or issues that we need to address at the upcoming meetings. But if we don't need it, we'll just cancel it. So that's something that we did kind of last year that we felt was super helpful, and we're going to continue that. So just sharing that, anybody else who has that committee or officers, that's been helpful to us.
I just want to comment on some reports. The annual reports, I believe they are due in March of every year. And for meetings like this, if you have section committee meetings, those reports are normally due to the executive director about a couple of weeks after these meetings here. And obviously the financial deadlines in terms of budget submission, that's normally controlled and facilitated by CFO Jackson. But basically, to the best of my knowledge, all the other meetings are probably section specific, but the annual report is somewhere around March, and section committee reports done a couple of weeks after meetings, and the financial obligations, budgets, things of that nature, which are controlled by Marcy.
Hi, this is Yvette. I'm the outgoing chair for the Labor and Employment section, and I think it would be helpful, especially Amy, who has done a lot to help us get things on track, is to kind of explain the recommended timeline for a CLE program, how much time they should be doing things in advance, because our section struggles with that at times, and I think it's better for people knowing going in what you need to be thinking about in terms of if you're going to have live events, CLEs, Zooms, all those things, what it takes to kind of get that stuff marketed from inception to the hotel all the way to actually putting your program on.
And we do have a timeline that's generated through the Florida Bar. So if you're ever interested, you can reach out to your administrators. We all have access to it. If you just have I just want to know in general how long it is, then we could just give you a general timeline. But then we also could put in a date. So if you're looking at a date, you could kind of see when exact dates of things that would be due. So hotel, CLE accreditation, speaker letters that we send out. It has a whole list of things, and there's probably a lot that you don't need to know, but it's good to know. So, and it does depend also, I'll say that there is a difference between having an in-person CLE and the deadlines for that versus having a virtual CLE and the deadlines for that. But I would say email your administrator since we have the documentation.
I'd just like to add too that if you go to the Council of Sections website, you will see best practices guide. Thanks to Chair Becerra, we collaborated on that. The best practices guide, if you go to the Council of Sections webpage, you'll see that. That is a great resource, a great tool for section leadership. It was written for you all, so take advantage of that in terms of, you heard the director over meetings and convention speak earlier about she would like your top 4 picks, choices for resorts for your events. That is included in the best practices guide in terms of step-by-step action to take with respect to CLEs. That is also in your best practices guide. It also includes budgetary matters in the best practices guide. So it's a great tool for section leadership. Again, it was written for you all. So I would encourage you, if you have the time, to go on the Council Section website and click on that best practices guide for section leadership.
And just to add to that, as your Council of Section leadership, I would rather have the question posed to me and we figure it out where it is on the website than not have you engage. Not circling back to my presentation, but totally circling back to it. One of the things that's important is that we do have that engagement for it. So if you have that question, odds are there's probably another section that has that question for it. And other than this leadership training, we end up having meetings where we get the reports, we get these brief updates on all the awesome things sections are doing, but then it's really kind of quiet for those months in between. Contact us. That's why the mission of the council that's even on there is to foster that collaboration, to foster that connection. Contact us and let us know how we can better serve you, because if you're not seen on the website, then we need to be able to put it on there. One of the great things that our prior leadership has done, including our past chair, hello Robert, I'm waving to him, but I'm singing your praises. One of the things that came up were sections did not know what other sections were doing in terms of the legislative priorities, policies, but we created a repository for that. There's information now that's on the Council of Section website that was not there before, because section leaders said, hey, where's this? And we were getting the same question. This is how we fix it. So we're here to engage with you. So if you have questions, contact us. We exist more than just the leadership training.
Any other questions?
The timeline question that she asked back here was really helpful, and I continue to just try to keep a timeline because we don't have one either. But one of the other things that came up for us was a request from the bar for liaison appointments. So I don't know what time of the year that normally hits, but that's something that caught me off guard, liaison appointments. And then a Council of Section report that comes up pretty regularly. Is that different from the annual report that you mentioned? So the Council of Sections report is submitted to Lori how often, and when's the annual? Can you just tell me?
Yes, well, the Council of Section, like what we're doing now, that will be a report that we will submit to the Executive Director a couple of weeks from now. Back in March, every March, I think it's in March of every year, all of the sections will prepare another report, an annual report. That normally is facilitated by, I believe, our communications office.
As soon as July, this is what Lori asks all of us for, some kind of section or division report. How often?
Once a year for the fall, the winter, and then the annual meetings.
Okay. So 3 for those, and then 1 for the annual.
Yeah, for the meeting that follows there, that sent out requests. So. I have, if there are no other questions from the audience, I have one more question for our administrators. So what's it really like working for Leroy?
It's great. He's a great support.
He makes popcorn every Friday.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you guys for your interaction, and thank you, our administrators. Let's give them a hand of applause there. So I know you're all going to be very crushed here, but our final speaker is unable to attend, so that means that we're going to be ending a little bit early. Fortunately, though, the presentation was on local bar outreach, and Maria covered it very, very well. So you didn't, I'm not belittling what our other speaker would have said, but her presentation was very, very good about local bar outreach and the importance of that, and how how it can really build the section, you individually, and the local bar. It's really a great opportunity, and I encourage you to follow Maria's advice in regard to that. So.